97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. What's up, everybody? Happy to have you on this Tuesday. Unlike the Phillies, we'll bring it the whole show today, not just the last inning. So much to get into. The ROI of the Phillies is pretty low right now, and it's the biggest issue this team has. We could talk about this, that, bullpen, if you like to blame the manager. The ROI is the problem with this team. I'll explain coming up here on the Sports Bash. We are 2 days away from the NFL Draft. Today, tomorrow, and then the big day, Thursday. We'll be live at Ocean Casino Resort, the Gallery, Bar, Book, and Games. We got a big show planned for Thursday, but let's get to the Tuesday show. Phils lose 5-4 last night, where Nola didn't pitch great, but did he really lose them the game, Aaron Nola? Yeah, Nola's bothering us because he gets paid a lot of money. The ROI is a big problem for this team. The ROI, return on investment. You are paying Trey Turner over $300 million. Nick Castellanos over $100 million. Aaron Nola got a monster contract, a 7-year deal. What's the ROI from those guys? You know, we always want to go to the guys that are easy to blame. You know, Alec Boehm's a whipping boy for many. It's easy to blame Alec Boehm. He's about the 8th highest paid player, if not lower, down the totem pole. The ROI from Boehm should be lower. Maybe we're expecting too much. You want to blame Boehm? Have at it. Have a blast. Blame Boehm. He's the problem. You want to blame Marsh? Have at it. Marsh is part of the problem. You know, Boehm and Marsh last year combined in the first month of the season for almost 50 runs batted in. They have 11 right now. 11. So if we want to blame Boehm and Marsh, we can. They're on the team. They're part of it. But the ROI is not there. When I look at the problems with this team, it's a good team. It can be a great team if the ROI is there. If I'm getting the expected ROI from Trey Turner, I'm probably a pretty damn good team. If I'm getting the expected ROI from Nick Castellanos, I'm probably a pretty damn good team. If I'm getting the expected ROI from Aaron Nola, I'm probably a really good team. The problem is I'm not getting the ROI from those particular guys. JT Realmuto needs to be thrown in that as well. The ROI from JT Realmuto is simply not good enough for what he gets paid offensively. You know, we tend to forget JT Realmuto. I want to verify this. I got to make sure that I have this right, what JT Realmuto gets paid. But JT Realmuto is a guy that really doesn't get the same criticisms as the other. He makes $24 million almost a season. Almost $24 million for JT Realmuto. Listen, we all like JT, best catcher in baseball. That was fun. The ROI is not there. You have the biggest salaries on this team giving you the biggest problems. You want to throw in Bryce Harper? We can. He's having a good year, not a great year. You want to throw in Kyle Schwarber after a piping hot start? He's been okay. Struck out in a big spot yesterday. Harper's had some issues as well. I think when we look at the problems of this team and whether they can win a World Series or not, it goes back to the same problems. The ROI. Who are your highest paid players? Turner, Castellanos, Realmuto. Those are 3 of them. And I know we're not putting Harper and Schwarber in there. You've got to get more from those guys. Yes, I need more from Bohm. Yes, I need more from Marsh, who thankfully is not on the roster right now. Putting him at the on the injured list was something that I've talked about on Friday. You're getting more from Stott than you probably thought you should be getting. You're getting more from Christopher Sanchez. You're getting more from the lower paid players on this team. So you need more from the higher ROI guys. That to me is so many times we wanted to deflect. Right? I get guy texts in all the time. Rob Thompson stinks. Rob Thompson's the worst. He's terrible. And I'm like, do you not have a problem? Look, if you want to put Rob Thompson on your list, have a blast, man. Have a party. Put Rob Thompson on your list. Are you not watching Trey Turner and Nick Castellanos and JT Realmuto? And do you not say to yourself as you're watching, these guys are not holding up their end of the bargain? What is he supposed to do? I got Trey Turner making $300 million. Do you want to play Edmundo Sosa at shortstop every day? Is that what he should do? Okay, Nick Castellanos, who's having a good year, by the way. Castellanos is having a good year. But anytime there's a big spot in a game, in a key spot, you can't count on Nick Castellanos. He's Pat Burrell. He'll hit a solo home run when you're up 8-0. Right? The game is now 5-1, and Castellanos comes up, and he makes it 7-1. Do you not watch the game and say, when Castellanos comes up and say, man, he strikes out every time with runners in scoring position and a 0-0 game or a 1-0 game or a close game? JT Realmuto comes up. Do you not see that he doesn't produce at a $23 million level offensively? Or do you look at that moment when JT Realmuto pops up or Castellanos flies one to right or strikes out on 3 pitches out of the zone, or Trey Turner weakly pops one to shortstop? Do you look at that and say, man, Rob Thompson's a big problem for this team? Because if you are starting to analyze Rob Thompson, you're missing the big picture. Is that now Rob Thompson goes under the microscope because the ROI of his high-paid players are not sufficient. So again, if you want to blame the manager or the general manager, who should get some heat here too, he put this team together and they are not producing. They are not producing. The biggest problems this team has, it's not the manager, it's not the general manager, it's not Marsh, it's not Bohm, it's not Stott, it's not Kepler. It's the ROI for the biggest guys you paid. That is sports. The players on the field get the job done or they don't. If you want to blame the manager, you need to sit down and look at yourself in the mirror and say, man, I need to understand sports better. Because the manager doesn't play. He makes decisions based on the players that he has. And when the GM gives him a guy that's making $23 million, that guy's the catcher. And when he gives him a shortstop making $300 million, that guy's the shortstop. And when he gives him a right fielder making $100 million, that guy's the right fielder. And when he pays a pitcher over $100 million, he pitches every 5th day. That's how this works. Right? People say, how does he keep pitching Taijuan Walker? You think Rob Thompson really wants to pitch Taijuan Walker every 5th day? Hello? But when the GM pays him $18 million, he doesn't have a choice. He has to pitch Taijuan Walker every 5th day because he gets a check that cashes for $18 million. That's how sports work. So you can sit there and act like that the manager's fault that this team is. You would be highly mistaken. You want to yell and scream and say the ROI on their highest paid players, there's their problem. If you have a $23 million catcher, you should get $23 million worth of production. If you have a $300 million shortstop, it would help to get $300 million worth of return on investment. If Nick Castellanos is making $100 million, it would be nice if I could hit you in a spot in the order that has a little bit more pressure. And if you are Aaron Nola making $100+ million to pitch every fifth day, listen, Nola wasn't awful yesterday. In the world we live in today, in 2025, he had a quality start. If they would have taken him out of the game, a quality start, that's cute. But he's got to be better. You know why he has to be better? Because his $23 million catcher can't hit, his $300 million shortstop can't hit, and his $100 million right fielder can't hit with any pressure. Those are tough things to kind of sideswipe. 609-403-0973. So when you look at the two losses the last couple nights, I had people complaining about Thompson on Sunday for pulling Luzardo from the game at 88 pitches. By the way, this is where, again, I try to prove the point to people about the manager. How many pitches did McGill throw last night?
More than Luzardo?
I think he had 92.
Yeah.
He had 10 strikeouts in that game in the sixth inning, correct?
Yes.
Did they leave him in that game? Refresh my memory on that.
No.
They did not. He hit 92 pitches, which I would imagine, okay? I would imagine before the game was started, they said, listen, McGill's got 90 pitches today. That's what you have him for, 90. So when he gets to 90, he's got to come out of the game. You think it's coincidental that a guy with 10 strikeouts cruising through the game comes out with one out in the sixth inning? You don't think he could have kept pitching, could have kept going? Do you think they really needed to take McGill out of the game yesterday?
No.
Of course they didn't. There was no reason to take McGill out of the game yesterday.
But that was the plan.
But that was the plan. So when Luzardo gets to 90 pitches, guess what? Hey, Rob, 90 pitches is his number today. You got to get him out of the game at 90. So he takes Luzardo out of the game in the eighth inning, mind you, with a 2-run lead against the worst team in the league. Okay? He's got a 2-run lead against the worst team in the league. Now, if it's a playoff game, I would imagine that number 90 is probably elevated a little bit. On April 21st or April 20th, that number's at 90, whether you like it or not. Now, you might say, why? Why 90 pitches? He could have kept going, and I would agree with you. I would agree that 90 pitches is preposterous, that they can keep pitching at 90 pitches. But just like McGill yesterday, when he hit 90 pitches, they yanked him from the game. Just like on Sunday, when Luzardo got to 88 pitches, that was it for him. You don't think that was pre-planned? I got some land in the worst section of town to sell you. All right? So yesterday, you're in the same situation. You're in a similar situation where they got Nola out there, and the bullpen has been taxed because they can't get the job done. Because you have a 2-run lead in the eighth, and you can't get through that game, and now you're blowing through pitchers. So yesterday, because of what happened on Sunday, you now have to ask Nola, can you go a little bit longer? And Nola could not get the job done.
And don't forget, this is a domino effect from Saturday because you thought Walker was going to eat some innings for you, and he had to leave the game early due to some soreness. So they are now only a couple days removed from hoping a couple of their guys were going to get them deeper in the games, and it didn't work out.
Yeah. A lot of text messages coming in, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Yeah, you watched the game yesterday, and you got McGill, 10 strikeouts. He just, now listen, if you watch the game, okay, that's who McGill is. He was not very sharp, but that's who he is. He walked a lot of guys yesterday. That's what he does. He puts guys on base, but he was dominating that game yesterday. He was absolutely in the Phillies' heads. He was absolutely blowing through that lineup. 10 strikeouts. He has 10 strikeouts in 5 1/3 yesterday, which is one off of his career high. 4 walks in the game. And they talked about this during the broadcast yesterday about, hey, this is who he is. He's wild. He'll walk guys, but he gave up one hit in that game yesterday. One hit, 10 strikeouts. So McGill in the 6th inning gives up 0 runs and 1 hit, and he gets taken out of that game yesterday. And the difference here is in the 6th, they turned it over to their bullpen. And Garrett comes in, hasn't given up an inherited runner all season long, and hasn't given up an earned run all season long. So when they turn it over to their bullpen, Garrett gets his job done. When the Phillies turned it over to their bullpen, they could not get the job done. And that has been the story. Ruiz comes in, Nola gives up 4 runs, and unfortunately some of those runs are charged to Nola. Ruiz comes in, he gives up those inherited runners, and then he gives up a run of his own, and now you look at the score, it's 5, and at the end of the day, you end up getting the home run from Stott, and that makes it a 5-4 game. If Ruiz can do his job, Garrett does his job, Ruiz can't do his job. Now, we're talking about ROI here. Nola's the higher-paid guy. He gets you into the 7th inning, and you look back at the numbers, he pitches 6 1/3, 7 hits, 4 runs, 6 strikeouts, but he gives up the 2 home runs. And there's your big difference for Nola, the 2 home runs. It's been a problem for him.
It's definitely been a problem, but the other part of it is with Ruiz. Ruiz didn't give up a cheapie to Lindor. That was a bomb that he gave up. I mean, that thing, Lindor was licking his lips halfway through the swing before he launched that thing into outer space.
Yeah, that one and then the Soto bomb. Jeez.
Yeah. Well, also, don't forget the Soto bomb that almost was that Nola gave up. You know, Soto, that ball went foul. They called it fair at first.
Yeah.
You know, Soto was dialed in yesterday. Like, why are you throwing him some of those pitches in the first place?
Yep. Yeah, listen, I thought Nola was okay, not great. And here's the problem. He gets paid a lot of money. So now you're looking at him as people look at him differently. You get the 7-year, what's he get, $135 million or something like that?
Yeah, I have the whole list. So Nola, his full contract is $172 million. He averages 24.5 a year.
Yeah. That's upper end of the rotation money for some of these people out there, right? So you're looking at Nolan saying, hey, when you go out there every time you pitch, and now because it's his 5th loss, he's 0-5. The ERA is not great. I mean, it's 6.43. You're 0-5 with a 6.43 ERA. I mean, that's your ROI. What's the ROI? It's not good.
Now, if you want to criticize people and say, like Thompson, say, you should have not put him out there for the 7th inning because he gave you 6 good innings, but Thompson's saying, I need him to go out there because my bullpen is taxed.
Yeah, listen, after the home run he gives up, or the foul home run he gives up to Juan Soto,
yeah.
He settles back in that, he ends up getting
he got refocused.
He ended up settling back in. He's just not that sharp. That's the problem. He was okay. He wasn't good. He wasn't great. He was just okay. I mean, the problem with Nola right now, he doesn't throw hard enough, and if he's not pinpoint accurate, which is when he's really good, is his command is his strength. His command has just not been there. 2 walks again yesterday, and he just doesn't have the command right now. So Nola's just been an average, middle of the road, probably not even middle of the road, below middle. When you look, 0-5, 6.43 tells you the story. The big number for Nola, when you look at him, is whip, and his whip is 161. That's not good. So that's telling you the story right now. He has just not been good. So you can't sugarcoat, but it goes back to what I've said. The ROI from Nola is just not there. You're not getting the ROI from Nola.
I've seen him twice, quotes after the game, say that he needs to get his velocity back up. Can a pitcher get their velocity back up if it's not there, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, listen, if he doesn't have arm problems, I mean, we saw Romano. He was 92, 91, 92, and now he's been up 96, 97, 98.
He
now
got
he's
to 99 on Saturday for one pitch.
And he's struggling as well, Romano, but his velocity is back up. So there's a whole bunch of different things here. But what I would say is, look, this team is not getting the return on investment from the guys who they need it from. In the end, if Trey Turner's doing his job, look, Trey Turner right now is hitting 274, I think, 274. Let's see.
He has the second largest contract on the
263, 263. So Trey Turner's hitting 263 with 1 home run and 6 RBI. Does that sound like a guy that is $300 million?
No. Not
Seriously.
at all.
I mean, anybody. Let's go over the list of things here. His on-base percentage, by the way, is pretty good, 366 for Trey Turner. So his on-base percentage is pretty good. But you have one home run and 6 RBI to show for that. So you're not getting the return on investment for that. Castellanos' numbers look fine, but just watch him in big spots. Watch him bases loaded, nobody out when he's batting in the 4-hole. Watch him with base second and third, less than 2 outs. See what happens in those situations. It's fine to rip a double and hit 293 with nobody on base. You're up 7-1 in the game. But look at those situations in the game. Clarence in Delaware. Nola's the worst. He always gives up a home run. Yeah, he's been rough, Clarence. I can't argue with you there. I mean, when you're right, you're right. You're right on that one. He's been rough. No question about it. Nola has been rough.
I think the biggest problem for Nola is that you and I brought this up last week, Mike, is that after he finished third in the Cy Young back in 2018, people have always compared him to that guy instead of saying, hey, he had one great year.
Yeah, the Cy Young, he finished third in the Cy Young that year, and you've been waiting for him to get back to that level, and that will follow him around. Shaner and EHT. Mike, your ROI point is on point. JT is the only exception to his defense and game-calling value. Okay, I would agree with you that JT's defense and game-calling value are high, but what are the highest paid catchers getting paid? I mean, there's a ton of catchers out there, and by the way, do you hear the stat in the game the other day with Marchand? His pop time was actually faster than JT Realmuto's 1.83. Realmuto 1.84, 1.85. So, yeah, Realmuto, his defense is highly valued. But $23 million for a defensive-minded catcher? Yeah.
Realmuto is the second highest paid catcher in baseball.
Right, but that's my point, is he's the second highest paid catcher in baseball. There's a lot of catchers who throw well or are very good defensively. They ain't getting paid $23 million.
No. In fact, if you go by average annual value, he is one of only 2 catchers in baseball being paid over $20 million.
Yeah, Shaner, I can see what you're saying. His defense, yes, he is very good throwing runners out, game calling, whatever you want to say, all that. But $23 million is way, way too much for JT Realmuto. Shaner also says Cassie's best years were on another team. We paid him. Turner's best years are on another team. We paid him. Harper leaves D.C. They win the World Series. Kepler is a bum. Nola's best years behind him. Paid him. It's really 3-4 guys who have the ROI that we invested in and we got after the peak. We gave them the money. They need to outperform or at least meet the contracts. We love names and not skills. Best take in baseball. Thanks, Mike. Shaner, you're right. See, I don't want to be the guy who's going to go blame the Marshes and the Bohms and the Stotts and say we got to play Sosa. Those are minor things. You want the big-time picture, the big picture. Look at the contracts. Look at who you paid. You could sniff around and talk about Rob Thompson. You sound like an idiot, all right? You sound like an idiot. If you're blaming Rob Thompson for this team, go and look at the salaries and then ask yourself, are the guys making the money doing what they're supposed to do? And if the answer is no, what is the manager to do about that? Can he get more out of Trey Turner? Can he get more out of Castellanos? Can he get more from Realmuto? Those are the questions you need to have answered. Stop blaming the small stuff. You know what? Stop sweating the small stuff. Look at the big stuff, and you will find your answers.
The Phillies have $1 billion invested in these 5 players, Mike. Bryce Harper, Trey Turner, Aaron Nola, Zach Wheeler, JT Realmuto. That's not including the $200 million plus that is owed to Castellanos, Schwarber, and Taijuan Walker.
Taijuan Walker, $18 million. You getting the ROI out of him?
No.
No, you're not. More Sports Bash coming up. Right now, text in 609-403-0973. In the 5 o'clock hour tonight, what are the 5 biggest questions in Philly sports right now? 609-403-0973. What are the 5 biggest questions in Philly sports right now? What's your answer? Text 609 403 0973. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. All right, 231 Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Say Larry Boa was on the locker room this weekend?
Yeah, so the Schweiner went out and got some interviews up at the ballpark, and one of them was with Larry Boa.
A lot of people want that fiery style of Larry Boa type of manager. Larry Boa, though, tells the locker room that, nah, not interested. I don't think I can manage in today's game.
Could you manage today?
No, I'd say no. I'm not saying players are soft. They're very sensitive.
Right.
So if you want to correct somebody, you got to do it behind closed doors. You can't do it in front of everybody. Right. So when we made a mistake, the manager or one of your teammates would let you know that's not how you do it. But again, it's a different game now, so guys approach it differently. And guys like myself, I look at stuff that probably aggravates me, and I just keep my mouth shut.
Larry Boa, could you manage today? No, I could not. Yeah, he doesn't want to be told he has to take his pitcher out when his pitcher's cruising along in a game and say, hey, man, he can't throw him more than 90 pitches. I mean, that's just not – and he said, I don't want to say the players are soft. That's his way of saying, I'll throw you 140 pitches. No, you got to take him out at 90. It's just a different game. Larry Boa just told you right there, I couldn't manage in today's game. I don't want to go through what these managers have to go through, and that's the problem the Phillies have right now. You got a guy like Jesus Luzardo cruising along in a game, and because he's hit a certain pitch number, you can't keep going, right? You can't keep him in the game because before the game started, it was kind of predetermined. Hey, man, we're in April. He can't go over 90. What's the most pitches that a Phillies pitcher has thrown in a game this season? 609-403-0973. If you want to text in, what is the biggest questions in Philly sports? I'm going to go to John in Manahawk. He says, Mike, you struck a chord with me. I hate players who are paid for what they did versus what they do. Incentive contracts would change the game in every sport. They don't sweat having a bad year. Why is the contract year always better? John in Manahawkin. You know, it's the fine line. A player performs to try to get paid, right? The player is saying, I got to play well. I got to play well. I got to play well because I want to get paid. And then it's his chance to get paid. Well, then the team has to say, is he going to continue to do that, or is he already done the best that he can? So many times it is such a tough balance to say, is he going to get better than what I just saw, or was that the best? And many times you are paying for past performances. The Phillies right now are stuck in this situation where when you're relying on free agency, these guys are getting to a certain age. And when they get to that age, you are generally paying for past performances. So Trey Turner, who, by the way, was never a $300 million player, ever, not in his best year, ever was Trey Turner a $300 million player. But he came out in a shortstop year where there was 4 shortstops, and everybody was battling to get one of these shortstops. And Dansby Swanson, he's been terrible. Carlos Correa, he hasn't been very good. Trey Turner, who was the 4th one that summer? Or that offseason, I should say. Carlos Correa. No, it was Correa. I mentioned him. Dansby Swanson. Trey Turner was one other guy that was a free agent. They were all free agents at the same time, and they all got paid, and I don't think any of them have lived up to the contracts. I don't think any of those 4 free agent shortstops have lived up to the contract. Swanson's in Chicago with the Cubs. He's been Xander Bogaerts, and he has not been very good either. None of those guys have lived up to the contracts. 609-403-0973. Cole from LBI says, Nola was lucky not to give up at least 7 runs. The Soto foul ball home run by 6 inches, and Winker hit one 110 at Harper with a man on first and third with 1 out, and he got a double play. Yeah, I mean, those type of things happen, though, Cole. That's baseball. You hit a ball right on the screws. You hit it right at somebody. It's your job as the pitcher to kind of navigate yourself through these things. You got the heart of their order, and yes, one guy rips one right at Harper. You know, the Phillies have the same situation sometimes, you know, where they rip one right at somebody and, you know, it doesn't go your way. But Nola's biggest problem is his command is not the same, and he doesn't have the velocity to back it up. So if his command is not there, and then he has to throw one down the heart of the plate, he can't overcome that problem.
So your question about who has thrown the most pitches this year, I'm sure you probably could have guessed this, Mike. It is Zach Wheeler. He has one game with 105, one game with 104.
So 105 pitches by Zach Wheeler is the most that any pitcher has thrown all season long. So they are at that point of the year where, listen, you're in that 90. What do they say about Suarez is pitching another? They want him to throw 90. They want him to get to the number 90. You're at the time of the year where 90 is generally that number. Wheeler, 100. He's a guy that they'll probably – Luzardo's had some injury problems. You got to keep that in mind. People want to poo-poo that. Luzardo missed a lot of last year with injury issues.
But with Luzardo, the most pitches he's thrown in a game this year is 98.
98.
Sanchez, the most pitches he has thrown this year is 97. Nola, 99.
Yep. All right, 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Some more text messages coming in. Give us the 5 biggest questions, or what is the biggest question, right? What is the biggest question in Philly sports in your mind right now? And then we'll compile a bunch of them and kind of hash them out later on in the show. 609-403-0973. By the way, the Phils tonight, it will be Christopher Sanchez getting the start for the Phils. So we'll see how he backs that up. All right. Paul from Millville says, me and my buddy made the trip to Flushing yesterday. There are so many issues with this team. The team has no idea how to protect the plate with 2 strikes. Between the games I've attended and watched this year, I've seen the team swinging at dirt balls, and they will go down looking at a pitch right down the middle. Harper and Turner show no heart at the plate when the bottom of the order and Stott will try to by the way, the Stott home run last night, he hits a 3-run homer to get to a 5-4 game with 1 out. So now you have a 1-run game with the 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming up. And the at-bat from Trey Turner and Bryce Harper were abysmal. Horrendous. You get Bryce and Stott, who, by the way, is the guy that we're like, when you turn the lineup over and you have a couple guys on base, you're not all that excited about Stott coming up. And Bryson Stott saying, hold my beer. He's been the guy who's been, I'm on base, man. I'm productive. What are you guys doing? Nothing. The guy's behind him right now. In that situation, to get a 3-run homer from the top of the order, and you get Turner striking out, strike looking, swinging. He takes 2 terrible swings to strike out in the 9th, and then Harper was slider, strike 1, good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
Turner didn't look like he wanted to be there. He reminded me of a guy who gets the ball passed to him in a big playoff game, and he looks for someone immediately to pass it to.
Nola should have given up 7 runs last night. I don't know how anyone say he pitched a good game. I've been saying this on the show for a while now. Nola is washed and has been washed. I don't think anybody said he pitched a good game.
The point we made is that through 6 innings, he only allowed 2 runs. The baseball metric quality start, that qualifies as a quality start. If you would have pulled him after 6 innings, he would have only allowed 2 runs. The point is that the game got out of hand in the 7th inning when he let the runners on, and then Ruiz came into the game.
Yeah, he has not been good all year. And to go back to his
point, he was okay for 6 innings.
He navigated his way when he didn't have his best stuff. And the problem is he hasn't had his best stuff
all year.
Yeah.
At some point, it's not about Nola pitching great. It's about, can Nola go out there and give you 6 innings and allow only 2 runs? That was a conversation Bob Wankel and I had yesterday, because we said if Nola goes out there and gives you 6 innings with 2 runs, it's a quality start. He did his job. The problem was the Phillies bullpen is taxed, and they needed Nola to go give you more.
Yeah, because the guy they go to after Nola was Ruiz, and that's saying, hey, we're
out of bodies.
Well, and he got asked about it the day before. Hey, you're using Strom and Kerkering.
And Alvarado.
and Romano, like those four guys, you have to keep going to him. And he's almost like, well, what do you want me to do?
Right. Who do you want me to go to? Cesar Hernandez, Carlos Ruiz, Tanner Banks?
Yeah, it's not. Look, he doesn't have the bullets right now.
And that's where we blame Dombrowski. For the people who hate Thompson, at some point, you got to stop blaming the manager for the fact that the front office gave him this roster. He only can use what he has.
Yeah.
It's not his fault.
The bullpen's look, I think we all can acknowledge the bullpen's short. So every night when people are like, how do you go to Ruiz? You can't pitch Kirkering every single night. You can't throw Strom every single night. You can't keep going to the same four guys. You, at some point, have to say, I got it. And look, the game is only in the 7th inning. So you've got to get 3 innings worth of outs. That is the big problem with the whole situation. So, look, their bullpen's short. We all know that.
Of course, it doesn't help they have the second worst bullpen ERA all of baseball.
609-403-0973. And by the way, they've blown 6 saves and have the second worst ERA, as you just mentioned, in all of baseball. So they've got to figure this out. They got to figure out, number one, how do I get another bullpen arm here? And how do I get creative with it? Because I doubt they're going to make a trade for a bullpen arm at this stage of the season. That's one. 2, do they have anybody in their organization that they can, like Mick Abel, Griff McGarry? Those are the 2 young arms that were up the prospect chain in terms of like top 5 prospects in the organization.
Right.
Abel has flamed out to where he's basically not even a...
Mike, the fact he has a 3.6 ERA right now, AAA, is an accomplishment for how poor he's pitched the last few years.
McGarry's been pretty good. He's actually been very good. He's not even on the 40-man roster, though. That's how bad he was previously, that he got himself kicked off the 40-man. So he's not even on the 40-man. Mick Abel has never pitched out of the bullpen. I don't think he's made one bullpen appearance in his pro career.
I don't think. I can double-check, though.
So you're just going to say to Mick Abel, hey, by the way, you're now a bullpen guy? Tough to do. You can try it. Tough to do, but you could try it, right? I mean, to say it twice, you're like, you're going to try sticking Mick Abel in the bullpen right now?
Yeah, Mick Abel has never pitched a game out of the bullpen in the minor leagues from 2021 to now. But it goes to what Bob Wankel was saying yesterday, Mike, about the fact that organizations like the Phillies, they value these guys more as starting pitchers than they do as bullpen arms, because organizations like the Phillies say, if one of our starters goes down, who's going to take that job? And God forbid if you lose your entire rotation, what are you going to do? Well, you need more bodies who can throw 5-6 innings than guys who can throw 1 inning.
609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Guys, be patient. Nola is at his best when it's hot and humid out. We're getting very close to that time of the year. Now, listen, there's something to be said for what this guy's saying. Nola has a track record of being much better. That being said, 0-5 with an ERA in the 6s is not something that he has ever given you. Even when he's not his best at this time of the year, his numbers are not good. And by the way, to that text message, the one number with Nola that you can always kind of look to and say, all right, he's giving up a home run here, home run there. He gives up the long ball. Okay, fine. Nola is generally, in his career, very good whip. And to me, the whip number means a lot. I am big on whip. Nola's career whip is 1.15. The worst whip Nola has ever had is in 2016 of 1.3. All right, that's his second year in the league. These are Nola's whips. 1.2, 0.97, 1.2, 1.0, 1.1, 0.96, 1.1, 1.2. His whip right now is 1.6. That is alarming compared to what I just read off to you. One of the big reasons, 2.8 strikeout to walk ratio. He's walking 11 guys already in 28 innings. His command is just not there. But you might be right. When it warms up, we'll hold out hope for that. More Sports Bash on the way, 97.3 ESPN. What is the biggest question in Philly sports right now? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Biggest question in Philly sports right now. All right, 252 Sports Bash. Frank Klose will answer your Phillies mailbag questions next hour on the Sports Bash. If you have a question for Frank, you can always text it in. 609-403-0973. He answers your Phillies mailbag questions on our website, 973ESPN.com. I'm Mike Gill. You can follow along, watch on the YouTube or the X platform live video. A lot of people checking in throughout the day. Got Christopher Sanchez tonight. 12 strikeouts his last outing. We'll keep tabs on him. Last night's game, lifeless for most of it, right? Lifeless for most of it. And then you get the home run from Stott, and then you get two terrible at-bats. We're talking about ROI a lot today. The ROI from the Phillies' big guys just has not been there. Can you imagine, if you are getting what you thought you were getting from Trey Turner, if you are getting what you thought you were getting from all these guys, Castellanos, Turner, Realmuto, $23 million. You haven't got a $23 million year out of him probably in the entire length of that contract. So there's a lot of guys here the Phillies are really not getting enough from. And Nola, by the way, this year, 0-5, 6.43 ERA, 161 whip. You're not getting what you paid him a lot of money for 7 years, by the way. 7-year deal he just got.
It goes back to what a texter said earlier about how we're paying guys for what they did, not what they're doing.
That's the problem with baseball, man. These guys, the arbitration system, you have these guys under team control for 6 seasons. And then the teams don't want them to come up because they don't want their clock to start.
Right.
So then by the time they get to free agency, they're 31, 32 years old, and now they're getting paid the big bucks when they're hitting their 30s. It's a tough dynamic there. 609-403-0973. Chris in Northfield chimes in, says Sanchez is a lock to get a win against these lousy Mets. Well, we'll see. That changeup tonight will be in action. 12 strikeouts his last time out. We'll get you more on the Phillies and the Mets when Frank Klose joins us on the other side. He'll answer your Phillies mailbag questions. That's coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Don't forget, all qualifiers. Thursday, we will see you at the Gallery Bar Booking Games at Ocean Casino Resort for our Eagles draft party. 3 o'clock hour brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning, your trusted source, heating, plumbing, service, installation, generations. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadleafs.net. So, Phillies lose last night. Lineup is not out yet. Should be out momentarily, I would think, right about now. There are a little later games in New York. Phillies play home games at 6:40. The Mets play at 7:10. So they got a couple extra minutes to get the lineup together. We'll get that to you. Do you have any questions after last night's game or the weekend games?
Yeah, I want to know exactly what the Phillies are going to do to get the offense a little more consistent. You know, we can complain all we want about the bullpen and the starting pitching, but like you mentioned, Real Muto's getting paid all this money. Turner's getting paid all this money. I need these guys to start earning their paycheck. When are the bats? I mean, is it just
these are on
season?
Yeah, I mean, look, these are unanswerable questions. I'm talking about questions that you have in your mind that I can give an answer to. Like, why did this happen? Why did that happen? Why this? I don't know if these guys are going to start hitting. I gave you reasons that, like, the ROI for me, you're not getting enough. Trey Turner, he's not the impact player for $300 million. He's not a bad player. He's just an okay. If Trey Turner's not hitting if he's not getting paid $300 million, he's hitting in the 7 hole.
Yeah, and you wouldn't care that he's hitting the 7 hole.
If he's hitting in the 7 hole and he's hitting 263 with a 366 on base, his on base percentage is pretty darn good, by the way, 366. But you're hitting down at the bottom of the lineup, fine. But for $300 million, you can't hit him 7th. You know, that's one problem. Castellanos, good year. But he struggles in big spots. I'm paying you $100 million. Can you not? Do I have to hit you 6? Can I not hit you 4? No, I can't hit you 4. Why? Because you wilt in those situations. So he's not bad, but for $100 million, I need something more. JT Realmuto, he's never been an impact bat. So you're really not getting ROI from him offensively at all. So you get 3 guys all making over $20 million a year who are miscasted as top-end players. If you had your lineup was Castellanos 5, Trey Turner 6, JT Realmuto 7, if you could do something like that, all right, maybe you could live with that more. Unfortunately, you know, because I need Trey Turner has to hit at the top of the lineup because of what his salary is. Castellanos, okay, he hits in a 5 hole. JT, he hits down the bottom of the order. But I'm not getting the ROI that I'm asking for. Nola, the Nola coaster is going up. It's not going up. It's only going down. We're not getting the up and downs. We're only getting the downs right now.
Well, you just said miscasted. So has Dave Dombrowski done a bad job at building his team then? Has he not done a good enough job or as good a job as you expected?
I think it was built to be very top-heavy with stars. And you're not getting enough from your stars, right? Then you have Harper, you have Schwarber. Those guys get paid a lot of money. And for the most part, your ROI from Harper and Schwarber are good. Not great. Schwarber got off to a really good start. He's cooled off a little bit. I called for 3 home runs this weekend. He hit one on Friday night. He didn't hit one on Saturday or Sunday. They've been okay. I mean, those guys are off to good starts, not great starts. Schwarber's off to a very good start. Not a great start. I mean, very good. I don't know. He got off to a really, really, really good start, and he has kind of cooled off a little bit. But Dombrowski built this team with high-priced veterans. And when you do that, you need some guys who aren't high-priced. Well, Bohm has far outperformed his contract, correct?
Yes.
You got a 100 RBI guy, almost 97 RBI guy making
back-to-back years.
Right, back-to-back 97 RBI seasons making peanuts. Bryson Stott. In 2023, he had a pretty good year. He was not as good last year. So you got more in 2023 out of him than what you invested in him. Marsh. I mean, Marsh has been downright rotten this year. Last year, Sanchez, all-star, far outperformed his contract. Hoffman, all-star, far outperformed his contract. Strom, all-star, far outperformed his contract. So you had all these guys outperforming what you were paying them. The problem was those guys are outperforming what you're paying them. The guys that you're really paying aren't living up to what you're paying. If you can get them all to go together at the same time, that's when you have the symphony.
So doesn't that mean Dombrowski has not done a good enough job of building this roster then? If the guy who he's paying the top money aren't doing their job, only the guys who aren't being paid big money are doing their job.
When you get the guys getting paid big money and they're doing their job, and then the other guys, that don't get paid a lot of money, that's when you have a really good team, right? That's when you have a really good team, is when you have guys that outperform their contracts and the guy who are getting paid big bucks come up big. If I'm paying you $300 million, I'm expecting $300 million return on investment. Not Trey Turner is basically giving me the performance of a guy who is not making any, he's he's a bottom of the roster guy.
Well, to your point, you have guys like Castellanos and Turner and Realmuto all make more money than Kyle Schwarber. You could argue Kyle Schwarber has been the second best hitter for this team for the last 3 to 4 years. The guy gets paid less than all three of those guys, and you said these guys are being miscast. So, to me, that sounds like Dave Dombrowski needs to do a better job, that he has not done a good enough job at building a roster that is maximizing all 9 positions.
Yeah, I think he has come up short in a couple areas. The bullpen, I talked about this last week, the rent a bullpen arm. I just talked about it with Frank. This rent a bullpen arm, it annoys me a little bit because you had Hoffman here. He was a guy that you found. He was a cast off from the Minnesota, and you found that guy. You had a chance to kind of develop him and keep him. You let him walk because you don't want to spend money on that position, right? You don't want to spend money on a bullpen arm.
Which is fine. Then you got to make sure the money you're spending on other positions are paying off. And when you're giving Turner, Realmuto, and Castellanos this lump of money, right? That's what you're spending the money on. They got to pay off.
Listen, they need to get more from Turner, Castellanos, Realmuto. Those guys there are really underperforming. Castellanos is not fair to say he's underperforming. He just isn't.
I'm just lumping him in because he gets paid more than Schwarber does.
Schwarber, see, this thing was supposed to work because it's supposed to be Schwarber leading off, Turner hitting 2,
Sure.
Harper hitting 3. You paid Castellanos for $100 million to hit 4th. Those are supposed to be your top performing players. And then really Realmuto for $23 million, he should be hitting in the 5 hole.
Right, which means you misspent your money.
So you've now misspent your money because you can't hit the guy you paid to hit 4th. He has to go down 1. Realmuto is getting paid really to be a guy in the top 5. Well, he's not performing. So now you have to move him down another spot.
You've allocated $500 million into 3 guys who are not giving you the return on your investment. So then, to me, that sounds like that you made some mistakes. You didn't do a good enough job.
I don't love the way this roster's put together. The Kepler thing doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you bring a left-handed bat in here?
It still makes no sense.
Even if Kepler had the best year. Now, take away the 1 year he was really good. He had like 30-some home runs. That was
the 1 year of the Twins.
That was like 6 years ago. To think you were going to get that year. But if you were getting an average season from Kepler, what did you think you were getting from him? That's what I just can't figure. What did you think you were going to get from Kepler? So even if he hits 250 with 20 home runs, at the end of the day, you basically added like another Brandon Marsh. Why? Why did you think that was what this team needed? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
And also the obsession with the left-handed bats. Like, you're telling me that was the only guy available was another left-handed hitter? You're telling me there's not another schlep out there who can hit right-handed to throw into this lineup? I mean, you got 9 positions. You're telling me, let's put another left-hander guy in here. Like, it never made sense.
I don't get that move at all. So that move has really put you in a box here where now you have a Stott, you have a Marsh who's not here anymore, and you have a Kepler. Those 3 guys, you constantly have to kind of
Shuffle the deck.
yeah, bing bong them around the lineup base because they're not very good against left-handed pitching. So that's a big problem there. Now, I'm interested to see what happens with this Marsh thing. What are they going to do with Marsh when he's ready to come back? Do they then send him to the minors and then just kind of keep him down there?
I think they're going to slow roll it. I think that they're going to say.
No, he did travel with the team apparently on the trip, which would suggest that when he's ready to come back and be activated, that the reason he would go is because he's on the reason he would go on the trip is because when he's ready to be activated, he would be with the team.
I mean,
they talked about that yesterday during the broadcast.
I know
that he's traveling with the team.
But is he traveling with the team because he doesn't think it's better to do? Like, it's one
you
of
don't
those
just
deals
say,
where it's
"Hey,
like,
I'm bored." If they don't want you to come, they're going to say, "No, stay behind." And
I mean, do they value him that much in the locker room that it's like, "Hey, you're not playing, but come in and hang out in the locker room"?
I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm interested to see when he is ready to come back, whether or not they're going to send him to the minors for a rehab assignment, or does he go right back to center field and he's the everyday guy?
If they send him back to center field, then I'm going to lose my mind. Because this is a beautiful opportunity to say Marsh was injured.
Well, we just talked
He's going to spend 2 weeks in the minor league.
We just talked to Frank about this. Do they just let Rojas play? Is Cal Stevenson going to get the at-bats against right-handed pitching? Because that means Cal Stevenson's now playing most of the time.
Which means Cal Stevens is now Brandon Marsh.
Exactly. He's getting the Brandon if that's the way they're going to do it.
So again, you have not fixed or improved the roster. You've just reshuffled the deck. You've reshuffled the chairs on the Titanic that is heading toward the same situation we've been the last couple of years.
I don't get it, man. I don't know why the Kepler thing and then the fact that they went into the season with Marsh and Rojas yet again is perplexing to me. But here we are. They don't have an option they do have an option with Crawford if they want to bring Crawford up. And again,
but he's also left-handed.
He's a left-handed bat. And now, Crawford's got hot again. He's up to around 300. And again, I've said I have no problem with them bringing Crawford up, but you have now another left-handed bat into the lineup. So to go back to the other part of this is Dombrowski has put together a team that is really hard to manage because of how left-handed you are.
Right. So, and even if you bring up Crawford, let's say Crawford comes up here and let's say he gets in fuego. He goes crazy for 3 months, right? It still doesn't fix the reality that you have other guys on this team who are not hitting consistently, reliably, and you've invested a lot of resources. So it gets back to the original problem. I've invested.
It's not a very well put together roster.
Right. I've invested all this money in these guys. So now I'm dependent on some other dudes to pick up the slack.
Yeah, it's not a very well put together everyday roster where you have Marsh, who is not really an everyday player. But they went into the season saying we're going to let you try to be an everyday player. But now he can't handle being an everyday player, and then you don't have an option to displace him as an everyday player. So you're back to the same problem that you've had where you've got a kid in Johan Rojas who is not a very good offensive player, and now you're basically saying we're back to square one there. Then you brought in a left fielder who's also left-handed, and if he's struggling, you have no other option to displace him. Now, other people are going to say, okay, you got Weston Wilson. That was their plan. I'm not a big Weston Wilson guy. I think to me he's a 4A player. If you like Weston Wilson, fine, there's your answer there. I don't know that the Phillies are going to say, hey, our plan coming in was for Weston Wilson, and I don't think that was their plan. I think they planned on Max Kepler being the everyday player. In fact, they said that they brought him here to be an everyday player.
Correct.
So now you've got the same problem in left field that you have in center field. If Kepler fails, you don't have another option really to go out there. So we will have to see. But to go back to the original conversation, which was, yes, I think Dombrowski put together a clunky roster. He put together a clunky roster to try to manage.
I don't understand how you have a guy who has been as successful as Dombrowski has gotten some of these moves so wrong. Like, historically, what has Dombrowski gotten wrong? You go back to the Marlins, Tigers, and the Red Sox, it was the bullpen. It wasn't the 1 through 9. It was usually He kept Joel Zamaya too long, right? Or he did something like that where you're just like, oh, that wasn't a good decision with the bullpen. But usually the 1 through 9 he nails.
Well, and listen, how many people, which of the moves that he's made, the big moves, were people critical of?
I think most people weren't critical of almost any until recently.
No.
I think
Hindsight, Trey Turner's contract, I've said from the day they signed
hindsight, right.
I didn't like it the day they signed it in terms of the amount. I thought he would be a great fit.
Right, because you were looking at him near the top of the lineup and what he did with the Nationals and the Dodgers.
Correct. What I thought was going to bring to the team, I definitely was saying this is a good fit for this team. I don't like what I paid him, but I think he is a good fit. A high on-base percentage, high batting average guy, add some power, add some speed. He hasn't been clutch. The power's been okay. He hit 26 homers one year, which I think is a career high. But he's just not been an impact player. His numbers seem to be a little shallow, a little hollow. Like when he comes to the plate, you're not excited.
Nope.
When the lineup gets to Trey Turner, you're not like, ha-ha, Turner's up, baby, here we go. He's had some unbelievable stretches and then some unbelievable crash and burn.
When I'm paying you $300 million, I need a little juice when you come to the plate.
The consistency is not there. So that's one. When they signed Castellanos, I was thrilled.
Yes, you were.
I thought that was a great addition for them. A right-handed bat with 30-plus home run power, over 300 batting average. He hasn't come close to those numbers. He's had one blazing hot, memorable stretch in the playoffs, and that's about the only time I can remember him coming up in a big moment and coming through.
Yeah,
he
one
generally
series.
has failed in the big moments.
Yeah, one series.
The Schwarber contract, I think everybody was okay with that. The Harper contract, I don't know anybody who had a problem with that and probably shouldn't.
No.
The Wheeler contract, that contract has been fine. I did not like the Real Muto contract. I said I would not have signed him to that deal.
Yeah, you were against it day one.
Acknowledging they really didn't have another option in the organization that was ready to catch, so they were kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
And also, don't forget, you were appeasing your superstar in Bryce Harper, who, remember, he kept campaigning, gotta sign this guy, gotta sign this guy.
Blame the pandemic crew.
Yeah.
Right? Those guys were out there campaigning for signing him.
BCIB!
This hour brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, Air Conditioning. Football at 4 is coming up in 13 minutes from now. Andrew DiCecco answers your draft questions. That's all still to come on the Sports Bash. Don't forget, we're live at the Gallery Bar Booking Games. We will be there on Thursday for this year's draft party. We got a great show. John McMullen will be on the show. Sal Palantonio will be on the show. Rick Saratella will be on the show, and more. We will be live Thursday from Ocean Casino's Gallery Bar Booking Games. All right, 353. Lineup's still not out as of the last break there. We're keeping an eye on that. Cam Jurgens, by the way, I wasn't here yesterday. Thanks, Josh, for jumping in. Cam Jurgens signed that contract yesterday. We're going to talk the impact of that deal with Andrew DiCecco coming up, plus all your draft questions are coming in on the draft board, text board, I should say, 609-403-0973. No lineup yet?
No. After the latest refresh, no.
Weird. I'm wondering what's taking so long with that. I would imagine you got a right-handed pitcher for the Mets tonight, right?
Yeah. Canning.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know what would be different than
There's
from
nothing
the lineup.
complicated. Just put the same lineup.
I would imagine the lineup's going to be the same.
What's the delay?
Yeah, I would imagine, and my guess would be you got Stott, Turner, Harper, Schwarber,
Did Thompson-
Castellanos, 5, Kepler 6, Real Muto 7,
Right.
Bohm 8,
Yep.
and Rojas 9.
Yeah.
That would be my guess.
I mean, is there a
I mean,
delay
unless
in
he's
the-
trying to. No, I don't know what he would be waiting for. I mean, it's a right-handed pitcher, so you probably won't see Sosa.
Right.
All right, well, we'll see if it comes back on the other side. Phillies-Mets game 2. You got Sanchez tonight for the Phils, Christopher Sanchez. And by the way, that win by the Mets last night, they've won 5 in a row, as we talked about earlier in the show with Frank Klose. And the Mets now lead the Phillies by 3 games in National League East play. They've won 7 out of 10. Phillies have lost 2 straight. We'll get the lineups next hour. Football at 4 with Andrew DiCecco is up next here on the Sports Bash. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. We are 2 days away from the NFL draft. Andrew DiCecco from InsideTheBirds.com and the Inside the Birds podcast. He's got tons of content up for you right now at InsideTheBirds.com, and we got a lot of mailbag questions that have been coming in, draft questions throughout the show for Andrew DiCecco. We'll get to those in just a moment here, but before we do, let's welcome Andrew DiCecco into today's edition of Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash. Welcome back, Andrew. What's up, buddy?
Mike, I am doing great. I hope you and your listeners are as well. It is finally draft week, and we're just a couple of days away. I can't wait.
Yes, draft week is finally here. We'll get mailbag questions. We got a lot of questions from our listeners for you today. But first, I want to get your thoughts. Cam Jurgens gets that huge deal to remain here in Philadelphia, and it's one of those deals where he probably could have waited, probably could have got more money, but like Jordan Mailata a couple of years ago, the Eagles went to one of their own, signed him early, and they end up getting him back here at a manageable number for both him and then, obviously it works out well for Jurgens here. So what did you think of them going to get Jurgens yesterday?
Well, it was expected at some point this offseason. That's been the reason, a big reason behind the offseason of maintenance for the Philadelphia Eagles as they continue to let a lot of their own free agents walk and sign these low-cost, one-year prove-it-deal contracts. It's all to keep the nucleus that they currently have in place and allow their young nucleus to grow and develop. And so Howie Roseman's building a team for sustained success. And Cam Jurgens is a big part of that. He signs a big deal, and now he's the second highest-paid center in the NFL, and a great story of development because when they drafted him, there wasn't really a spot for him. Obviously, Jason Kelce was there, and Cam Jurgens sort of waited in the wings. He's played right guard, kicked over to center, and is one of the best in the game in just a minimal amount of time. And I think that shows you the trajectory of his career right now. And I think he still has a lot of – I still think we have yet to see his best, and the Eagles lock up one of their own.
Yeah, and obviously getting him back, you get your whole offensive line back except for that right guard spot, and I guess that will be a story on Thursday night. Do they want to target right guard or in this draft, Andrew, or do they like what they have there with Tyler Steen and obviously Kenyon Green, who they brought in here? Would right guard be a spot or somewhere on that offensive line that you can anticipate seeing even on Thursday night?
Yeah, I've been pretty consistent with this, and I know that you and I have talked about it, but I think that Tyler Steen did a nice job when pressed into service last year. Obviously, there were a number of penalties that he'd like to have back, but being inserted midway through a game and being able to make the offensive line in a way that you're not missing a beat, I think that's a testament to Tyler Steen's preparation in practice because he wasn't playing a lot and really just being engaged on the sideline. You see the athleticism when he's in there. I think one of his best games was against the Saints when Fred Johnson was actually in that game as well. But I think that they're fine there. You don't necessarily have to have 5 All-Stars there, especially when you have other positions of need. So I think you can get by with a Tyler Steen. I think he can be a serviceable starter. And when you're playing between a Cam Jurgens and a Lane Johnson, you can kind of mask that position a little bit.
All right, over at InsideTheBirds.com, you just wrote about your cornerback big board. Our first question from the listeners today is about corner, wanting to know if you would put that as a top priority for the Eagles after what happened with Darius Slay.
I would put it among the top priorities. I don't know if that would be top of the list, but they certainly need to address it. I'm not sure where you land on Keely Ringo, but for me, that's a player that I saw in OTAs. He looked great. In training camp, he was trading spots with Isaiah Rodgers with the first team opposite Slay, and eventually Quinyon Mitchell, of course, beat out both of them. But he wasn't able to stave off Isaiah Rodgers, and later in camp, he really showed a tendency to be a little bit grabby and a little bit stiff in the hips there. So he's a young player. He's entering his third season. We'll have to wait and see. He'll be competing with Adoree Jackson. I don't know that either one moved the needle. They certainly don't for me. And I think that it would serve the Eagles well to add another piece to that group to continue to fill out the depth chart. And I think seeing how Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean fared, and they completely aced the test last year as rookies, I have to think that maybe the Eagles will be infatuated and try to go back to the well and add another young corner maybe on day 2.
Okay, this is Brian in Washington Township says, could the Eagles draft a linebacker early, or do they have enough confidence in Nakobe Dean coming back and Jeremiah Trotter if he's not ready?
Yeah, great question. They have a lot of confidence in Kobe. Now it just becomes whether or not his timeline is going to align with the regular season. If he's going to miss a large part of it, or be ready for the beginning. If you ask the Kobe, he said he'll be ready for week 1. But that's a gruesome injury, and it's going to take some time. But the Eagles are very light there. They do like Jeremiah Trotter. They're happy with his progress behind the scenes. Smart player. He needs to develop his play strength. He's a little bit smaller. So if you're expecting him to take on the lion's share of snaps, he's going to have to add some weight and strength to his frame. The linebacker situation in the draft is not overly compelling. It's not something that you can find an impact player on day 3 in this particular class. So if the Eagles were to draft a linebacker early, I mean, Jahad Campbell is going to be in the first round. I think that's going to take the Eagles out of that. I don't foresee them taking a linebacker in the first round. Carson Schlesinger from UCLA is a late first, high second round type of player. And then they have a guy named Demetrius Knight from South Carolina. He's going to be 20. He is 25 years old. So that, to me, would take him off my board, despite how good he's played. So, yeah, I mean, it's not great. I think Kobe King from Penn State might be a nice day 3 option for them. Teddy Buchanan from Cal as well, but neither of which are going to be players that I view as starting.
Andrew DiCecco, football at 4. Here's a one from Steve in Williamstown. Says, Andrew, I love your work at Inside the Birds. Is this the time that they should look to get another wide receiver to pair with Brown and Smith, or are you okay with Dotson, Marshall, or one of the guys drafted last year?
What? The home.
We got a bad connection there. Let's pause it for a second, try to get him back on a better line and see, because that's a good question. Stephen Williamstown, legit number 3 receiver, or do they have Dotson, Terrace Marshall, who they just signed? So let's get that. We didn't hear your answer there, Andrew, if you want to take that one and start that one back.
Yeah, I was going to say, hey, Steve, I appreciate the kind words. And Williamstown, New Jersey, that is the hometown of Boston College edge rusher Donovan Ezaraku, of course. And, yeah, I do think the Eagles could stand to add a wide receiver, but that's a little bit further down the line based on the other needs that they have at D tackle, linebacker, safety, corner, edge rusher. But, yeah, they do need a receiver. I think that you can add another young piece to grow and develop with the nucleus that they have. I like Ty Felton from Maryland, who can go 3rd round, possibly 4th round. He's gotten a lot of interest from the Washington Commanders, but that's a player that I really like. I got to see him up close. It's hard for me to see them going receiver in the 1st round, like a Emeka Egbuka from Ohio State or a Luther Burden perhaps from Missouri. I just don't see it, but I think day 3, certainly that would be in the cards. They don't have a lot there behind Johnny Wilson and Nia Smith, and neither of which should be assured roster spots.
Bill in North Wildwood has a good question for you, Andrew. Is this draft about loading up for 2025, or is this more big picture down the road? I like this thought of, hey, do they need some of these guys to step in and play right away, or are these guys that they can draft and develop?
Yeah, it's a combination of both. If you ask Howie Roseman, the Eagles, they're always looking with everything that they do has the future in mind. It's never for the here and now. But if you look at the roster, and depending on how you feel about some of those one-year prove-it deals, they need to come out of this draft with a handful of starting players because they don't have enough starters. But let's say if there's an offensive tackle on the board perhaps that they really like, they're going to draft them, and that would be for the future. Everything that they do is they're trying to project how they're going to fare in the future and looking at some of the upcoming contracts and things like that. But, all that being said, in the first couple of rounds, I think the Eagles need to come out of it with a couple of starters because, Sidney Brown's unproven at safety. I'm not sure how he fits in Vic Fangio's defense, the way that he plays. Keely Ringo, there's some questions there. Defensive tackle might have the most questions of all because there's a big unknown whether or not Jordan Davis and Moro Ojomo can step up and fulfill the big role that Milton Williams fielded as well. So, yeah, I think it's a combination of both. But to answer it the way that he posed it, it's for the future.
Pat in Brigantine says, Andrew, always love hearing you talk draft on the show. Thank you, Pat. He wants to know if you have 3 or 4 guys in mind that could be there at 32 that could help this team right away.
Thanks a lot, Pat. I appreciate the support. And there's a handful of players that I could see at 32 if the board falls a certain way. Now, Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss, is the player that I think would fit the Eagles best. There's a path for him to get to 32, but he's a mid-first round pick if he checks off all the boxes with other teams and they're okay with the off-the-field stuff. I think Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College would be a really good player to find at 32, the edge rusher who had 16.5 sacks last year. So those are two right there. They really like Nick Scorton from Texas A&M. I view him personally, Pat, as more of a high second-round pick than I do at 32. He's a top 45 player on my board, top 48 as I was putting it together. And I would also say, I'll give you an offensive tackle, Josh Connerly from Oregon. He's a top 36 player on my board and very athletic. He can step up and be the right tackle of the future. Might even be able to play guard in a pinch there as well. So those are four guys.
All right, a couple more. Rich in Summers Point says, Andrew, are you reading into any of their top 30 visits at all?
Well, I think you have to, but you also have to take into account what they look for from an athletic standpoint. Sometimes it has to do with pedigree. Like if you go back and you look at some of the past years, Jalen Carter's visited on the 30 visit. Jordan Davis has as well. Keely Ringo, Johnny Wilson, Anais Smith. So there's a number of players that sort of match what the Eagles look for from an athletic testing standpoint and also position of need. So, yeah, I mean, there's a defensive tackle by the name of TJ Sanders that I think would really fit. He's going to be a player that would be perfect for the Eagles at 64. That's kind of right where he slots. Maxwell Hairston, the corner, I really like him as well. But if the Eagles want him, they're going to have to trade up for him a little bit. And they brought in a Penn State safety. I think his name was Jaden Reed. I think that's who they brought in. So that's another guy that's going to be a day 3 guy. Justin Wally, a day 3 guy. But I could see Justin Wally, the corner from Minnesota, who in my opinion is one of the best nickel corners in this class, ending up in Philadelphia because let's not forget they did lose Avonte Maddox. So you have to kind of read between the lines and look at some of the athletic profiles and positions of need, and you might be able to sniff out a couple players that make some sense.
48 hours to the draft. Connor in Ocean City says, Andrew, do you envision them trading for a veteran player on draft night? And if so, what position would they bring in that veteran player?
Great question. It would not be linebacker. I would imagine corner would make some sense. Safety, I don't see them trading for a safety. I think Justin Simmons would be a solid option. If they come out of the draft without a safety willing to that's primed to challenge Sidney Brown for a spot corner, or maybe if you're looking for depth, maybe a wide receiver so that you don't have to burn a draft pick on one. That to me would be, and they already got a guard. Yeah, I would say corner would be the spot that I would look at.
Okay, let's get one or two more here. This one is from Bill down in Dennis Township. He wants to know, with the amount of picks the Eagles have and 4/5, what kind of moves can you realistically be making with all those mid-round picks?
Yeah, great question. So you have two players, one in Dallas Goedert, who is going to be moved at some point, sooner than later. I imagine the Eagles are going to continue to try and move Bryce Huff. For me, when I look at Bryce Huff, he would be a perfect fit for the 49ers. Obviously, the familiarity there with Robert Saleh. We'll have to wait and see. The Eagles don't believe the story has been written on Bryce Huff yet, but I don't think that's going to preclude them from trying to move off of that. That being said, there is a lot of talent in the second and the third round, and I think if the Eagles want to move up, because there's a lot of talent at the top of that second round that really fit the bill for what the Eagles need in terms of corner, in terms of defensive end, defensive tackle, safety even, Xavier Watts from Notre Dame. So I think that they should use one of those fifths, a couple of those fifths, maybe even a player, and move up from 64 and try to secure some of that talent.
All right. Before we get you out of here, do you have a favorite player in this draft? Is there somebody that you would say that guy's the right fit and the right spot? If they're at 32 and that person's there, that would be the right guy.
Well, my favorite player in this draft is one of the Eagles can't get. That's Travis Hunter, one of my favorite players that I've scouted over the last 8 to 10 years. But I'll give you a realistic one that I have is a high second round talent, and that's Landon Jackson, the edge rusher from Arkansas. No one's talking about him. He's about 6'6", 265, super athletic, 6.5 sacks each of the past 2 years. I don't know. I mean, the Eagles, from the research that I've done and kind of asking around, they haven't shown a ton of interest, but that's not necessarily indicative of them being in on a player or not. But yes, I have a high second round grade. I think he's my top 40. I think he's the number 43 on my big board.
It's funny you asked that because we had a question in one of the mailbags that we never got to a couple weeks ago that asked you about Landon Jackson, Jack Sawyer. If one of those guys are on the board in the second round, do you have a preference?
Landon Jackson all day, but I don't view him as falling to 64. So that would be a player they would have to trade up to get, in my opinion, and he would fit the bill of what they look for. I think he's tailor-made for that Eagles defense, and he's super athletic and long, and he plays with a lot of power at the point of attack. I don't know why no one's talking about him that much, but that's one of the players that I wanted to give a little bit of love to.
Good stuff. Great questions, everybody. Andrew DiCecco, draft night will be very busy. You got a lot going on. And, of course, right here for Football at 4 on the Sports Bash Live. Good stuff with all the mailbag stuff the last couple of weeks for Andrew. We appreciate everybody out there. All right, man, enjoy the draft.
Well, I want to just say thanks to all the listeners who send in questions and follow along with my draft content. Much appreciated.
All right, buddy. We'll catch up next week and get your thoughts on said draft class.
Yeah, sounds good. Have a good one.
All right, Andrew DiCecco, everybody here. Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. And he does a really good job. Draft is this time of the year for Andrew. Now, obviously, he covers the team all year long, but loves getting into the draft process. And we love having Andrew on and your mailbag questions for Andrew there. Appreciate everybody who chimed in. This one just came in late, which was from... Let's see. Scott in Ventnor says, hey, Andrew, the Eagles have any interest in Kayvon Thibodeau from the Giants? Would the Giants even answer the phone? You know, that's an interesting question because Thibodeau has been, I guess, somewhat of a bust with all the hoopla that he had coming into the league. Can you think of a guy? He's like the Zion Williamson of the NFL.
That's a great analogy, except for the fact that Zion's injury-related. Thibodeau is just focus-related, basically, because people don't know this. So Thibodeau, coming out of high school, was the number 1 recruit in all of the nation. He went to Oregon. He was like the five-star recruit. Supposed to be one of the greatest athletes to ever play, right? Supposed to be like Jadeveon Clowney plus. And he comes to the NFL, and he's been okay.
Yeah, he flashed at Oregon.
Huge flash.
Hasn't flashed as much. Who was the other guy? Reminds me a lot of, was he at South Carolina? Who's the guy?
I said Jadeveon Clowney.
Oh, Clowney. Okay.
That's what I said. Thibodeau was like Clowney plus. You know, like he was his physical metrics, you know, what he could do. Now, the difference was Thibodeau was more productive in college than Clowney was. So people were like, wow, we're getting the production and the freak athlete.
I would answer that guy's text, though, by saying I don't think the Giants are trading in the division with the Eagles anytime soon again. The last time the Giants let a player go to the Eagles, he ran for 2,000 yards. So I don't think they want to give a player.
And the time before, they let some guy named Devonta Smith go to the Eagles.
Yeah, so I don't think the Giants want to have anything to do with picking up the phone if Howie Roseman calls.
I mean, Howie Roseman could offer the moon, and they would say, what's the catch?
Yeah, I don't think the Giants, nor Washington. Washington and Philadelphia last year traded in the draft. Philadelphia ended up with Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, I think all the NFC East teams are wary of Howie Roseman at this point.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Earnshaw is sick today, so we'll have a altered version of Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash. We're asking you, too, the 5 biggest questions in Philly sports right now. What do you guys think? If you were to say, this is the biggest question in Philly sports right now, what is it? 609-403-0973. Ryan and I will talk about that. He has 5 that he listed to me before the show. I want to see if the listeners agree with his 5. I'm going to put my 5 together. What do you guys think? The 5 biggest questions in Philly sports right now. 609-403-0973. And I would imagine at least 2 of them have to do with the 2 teams that had miserable seasons. Right?
Naturally.
The Sixers and the Flyers have to be involved in this.
I mean, if they're not, then I don't know if you're a 4-for-4 fan.
You're absolutely right about that. All right, more Sports Bash on the way. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Football at 4 brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. When we come back, it's a altered version of Nick's Nuggets. That's next. This is the Sports Bash live on your home for the NFL Draft, 97.3 ESPN. 426. Nuggets is out sick today, but we got some Nuggets for you here on the Sports Bash. By the way, 5 o'clock hour, 5 biggest questions in Philly sports right now. I got my 5 written down, plus a wild card for you there, Josh. We're going to talk about that in the 5 o'clock hour. I know Ryan's got his 5. I've got 5. The listeners have been texting in. What is the biggest question in your mind in Philly sports right now? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Of the 5, I have 2 Sixers. My Flyers one is 1, but it's kind of all-encompassing. I got 1 Eagles and 1 Phillies.
I would say that off the top of my head, I would have 2 Sixers and then 1 for each of the other teams.
2 Sixers is what I have, and then 1 for each of the other teams.
Yeah.
That's what I have. I wonder if our questions are the same.
I hope not.
609-403.
Too much time around each other.
0973. Yeah, but we generally don't think anything alike.
That's true.
So I would be surprised. 609-403-0973. A couple from the people real quick. Let me check some of these off. John in Ocean City. 1, will Joel Embiid ever be what he was in his MVP year? Can the Flyers find a high-end goalie?
Fair.
I like that question, John. Is Andrew Painter ready? It's another good question.
It's a question that we've all been waiting on, too.
Phillies need a right-handed power bat. It's not really a question. It's a statement, but it's fair. How can they acquire a right-handed power bat?
Can you rephrase that as a question, Alex?
Will Saquon Barkley stay healthy all year after last year's workload? That's another good question. John in Ocean City, 2 points for you.
Winner, chicken dinner?
Yeah. Will Flyers use all 3 first-round picks? Can they hit on those picks?
I think that's one of those where it's important to ask, but I think the answer is a little more obvious. People realize,
Which is what?
they're not going to keep all 3 picks.
So you think that they are in the market to make like a big move with those picks, like to get a established player?
100%.
Ooh,
I think that I think what they're going to do is, and I'm drawing off of what I've heard Durso say and what I've heard other people who cover the league say, which is the Flyers are going to keep whatever their lottery pick is. They'll pick with that one. And then they're going to use 1 or 2 of the other picks, either the 2 in the first round or 1 in the first, because they have a plethora of second-round picks too, to get an established player. Because at the end of the day, Mike, whoever you're going to draft is not going to come over immediately. Most of these hockey players take a couple of years to come up the ranks.
Unless you're an elite player. And this draft
Right.
doesn't sound like they have that level of player.
Correct.
By the way, the Phillies lineup is out, and it's exactly what I said. Stott, Turner, Harper, Schwarber, Castellanos, Kepler, Realmuto, Bohm, Rojas.
Yeah, the Phillies are making us wait for nothing.
Yeah.
Jerks.
Question. Now, these are from some of the listeners. Biggest question in Philly sports right now. We're going to do our 5 biggest. So these are pretty good. Can Joel Embiid stay healthy? Is this the last chance for this core Phillies roster?
Very fair.
Will the Eagles be able to rebound after losing all the veteran players they did? Will
Also
the
fair.
Flyers use some of the picks to trade for an already developed young player? That's the question that I just brought up, which he asked 2 Flyers questions.
There you go. Wow. Look at like the Flyers getting involved here.
Matt and Kate May, Courthouse. Biggest question right now for me is what's up with Aaron Nola. I know he battled last night and actually pitched pretty well for the most part, but his velo is way down. Has me a little concerned that he might need an IL stint, first of his career, or this is just how it's going to be for him this year. Also, Phillies bullpen as a whole. Well, the Nola question, Matt and Kate May, Courthouse, is fair. His velocity is it's down. He is not a hard thrower to begin with, but his whip has got me concerned. The 1.6 whip is a problem. So I'm going to throw that one out there. That's a good question. Luke in Atlantic City. What magic will Howie work? Will the Flyers get a goalie? Can the Sixers miraculously win the lottery? That's a real that question has no answer, really. You're just at the mercy of the ping pong balls there. Will the Phillies bats heat up? Especially Bohm. That's from Luke in Atlantic City. Will Howie work his magic? We're going to kind of dive into that one, I'm sure, down the road there as well. Five biggest questions in Philly sports. 1, what will the Eagles do in the draft to replenish the Super Bowl roster? This guy actually gave some answers, too. Trade up in the first in round 1 for a tight end or a DN. Oh, they're not trading up for a tight end. That's preposterous. Defensive end, yeah, that's pretty clear that they would do that. Tight end's not happening. They're not trading up for a tight end.
It's also a deep tight end class.
Yeah. We've had so many people that said, look, in the second round and third round that they would be happy. You're not trading up assets to go get a player who is – I'm not diminishing what Goddard does. He has a big role. But you're not trading – to move up to get – I'm imagining you think they're going to trade up to get Tyler Warren.
Which they're not going to do.
You would have to get into like 15 to 10 range. They're at 32. That's not happening. They're not trading up for a tight end. And if they do, God bless you. I'd be wrong on that one. But that is not happening. Defensive end, everybody and their mother could figure that one out. Yes, defensive end is a spot that they would trade up for. So that's not crazy. That one's not crazy. The tight end's not happening.
Yeah, and by the way, so for those who remember, Howie said at his press conference the other week that they're not going to trade up into like the top 10, top 15 ranges. They don't have the pick to do that. They don't have the assets willing to give up for that. So getting some of the guys that some people are thinking of, it's just going to be out of their reach.
Yeah, that's not happening. Defensive end, wouldn't be surprised, but that means, hey, the guy fell to 22, 25, and now we can go get him. Number 2, will the Phillies make a trade for right-handed bat and right-handed pitcher? He lists 2, Byron Buxton and Griffin Jacks. I don't have a lot of interest in Byron Buxton. He's hurt constantly, makes too much money. I don't think that name excites me too much. Griffin Jacks, he's a good pitcher. I don't think the Twins really want to move him. He is a controllable guy, and there was some talk from Minnesota that they were going to move him into the rotation. So
Yeah.
I don't think they're all that interested in trading Griffin Jacks.
And that kind of goes into the whole.
By the way, I don't think anybody listening knows who Griffin Jacks is.
That's true.
But he is a guy who is been a bullpen guy for them. But the Twins have been talking about moving him into the rotation, and I doubt that they would be looking to trade a controllable arm.
Yeah, and well, first of all, for those who don't know, he was a pretty highly regarded prospect for a while before coming up to the Twins. Second of all, I always ask the question, what incentive does the other team have to trade you the guy that you want?
Mm-hmm.
And to me, teams like the Twins have no incentive to give up a guy. It's like Mason Miller last year, right? What incentive did the A's have to give him up?
Well, guess what? Nobody has incentive right now for Griffin Jacks. He's been awful for them. But Mason Miller, a lot different. He was excellent
Sure,
for,
but my
for,
point
for
is
the
that
A's.
anytime I hear anyone name anybody, I always ask the question, so what are you giving up to get
He's
that
also
guy?
30 years old at this point. So you have him. He doesn't make any money for Minnesota. I mean, maybe they're saying, hey, he's 30. And he was drafted by the Phillies, by the way, for people who are wondering who the hell is Griffin Jacks. He actually got drafted by the Phillies, which is why I do remember the name from him getting drafted here back in like 2013. But I don't think he is I don't really think that the Twins are like, hey, we're dying to get rid of this guy. Here you go. What are you giving us for him? Because he's been pretty good. The problem is you're going down the road of another kind of rent-and-arm profile. Here's a 30-year-old guy not having a good year. Is his best years kind of behind him? He had a good year last year.
Is he really an upgrade right now?
Doesn't do much for me. Decent name. Wouldn't be shocked if they made that move, but to say that's one of the 5 biggest questions, to see if they're going to go get Griffin Jacks, I wouldn't put that as the most I wouldn't say getting Griffin Jacks is one of the 5 biggest questions in Philly sports right now, but I digress.
The more you say the name, I feel like it's actually a fake name.
No, he got drafted by the Phillies in 2023.
I know, but I mean, the more you say the name, it's like, is this guy even real? Griffin Jacks.
He was pretty good last year. He's not been good this year. All right, number 3. Will the Flyers ever have a reliable goalie? Fair question. 4, the Sixers going to run it back with George and Embiid? Good question there. And can the Eagles make a run after losing several key pieces? That was kind of a question that was asked by somebody else. So, yeah, those are fine questions.
Yeah, they're all valid.
What else we got here?
I like the fact that people are throwing out the goalie question a lot because I feel like that's like the tried and true Flyers question for the last 40 years of our lives.
John and Brigantine, will Embiid be healthy to start the season? 1. Who will be the Flyers coach? 2. Will the Eagles stay at 32? 3. What will the Phillies do at the deadline? 4. What spots do the Sixers and Flyers land in the draft lottery? Oh, those are all good questions. We'll see if they make the list of our 5 biggest questions that are in Philly sports right now. Yeah. Called that Lynch turn. I don't know what that means. Oh, was that a wrestling Becky Lynch? I'm imagining, I don't know, someone texted in. I called that Lynch turn. I don't know what that means. I mean, I know Becky Lynch. Did she turn the other night?
I actually haven't watched Raw yet, so I only saw a couple of highlights.
Well, was that during WrestleMania?
Well, Becky made her...
Did you watch WrestleMania?
I watched WrestleMania. Watched the whole thing, Saturday and Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
So Becky made her big appearance, her first return in a long time. Nobody knew she was going to be there. She came out to support her fellow countryman, Valkyrie, because Valkyrie's partner was, quote-unquote, assaulted backstage. So she had no one to... and they won the belts on Sunday. They won the tag team women's belts.
Gotcha. So that was what that guy was referencing. And that text wasn't for me then, was it?
It probably was for me.
Were you talking about that yesterday?
Yeah, we were talking WrestleMania yesterday.
There we go. Now it makes sense. All right, 609-403.
Poor Mike's over here. Like, what is this about?
Mike, who do you want the Phils to look at in a trade or even bring someone up? It's a little early for who they should look at. We know what I would. I've been asking for the same thing for 3 years: a right-handed bat that could hit in the middle of the order. Not a right-handed bat that can hit at the back end of the order. They got too many of those. Because all adding a guy at the back end of the order does is continue to push guys up at the top. They need to get a guy to push everybody down one. In other words, can I get a guy to hit fourth so that I can potentially move Schwarber back to the lead? Or keep Schwarber 4, and this guy can hit fifth. And now Castellanos is hitting 6, and everybody drops down 1. So that would be one. When I look to even bring somebody up, if Crawford is ready, I have no issue bringing Crawford up if I deem that he's ready. He has been he's been up and down this year. He's a young player playing at AAA. He has a left-handed bat, though. That is one problem. But at some point, do the Phillies just say, having him in the lineup every day and batting ninth, that's the problem, right? I would imagine Justin Crawford comes up, he hits ninth. He would just basically replace Rojas.
I guess. I mean, if you don't mind having back-to-back lefties there.
That's another problem. There's where the Justin Crawford thing becomes a little... Now, Crawford can also play left field.
That is true.
But you already have a left fielder in Max Kepler who is also left-handed. So this is where the challenge is. So far for Justin Crawford in 19 games, he's hitting .293 with a .337 on-base percentage. He is not a power guy. He has no home runs. He steals a lot of bases. He has 8 stolen bases. He is basically a left-handed version, more polished of Johan Rojas. That's what I would say there to that text message. So trade, the names aren't going to start falling yet because teams haven't figured out whether they're in or out of this thing.
Right. It's usually after Memorial Day weekend, teams start evaluating, okay, where are we trending at this point?
Yeah, like if you were looking right now at the standings and just said, okay, which teams are in or out of it, I mean, some of these teams might have said, look, the White Sox, for instance, they're not in it. They know they're...
The A's.
I think the A's are probably thinking that they're kind of hanging in this thing.
They're delusional.
They're 3 games out of first place. In fact, if you remember back in preseason, a lot of people picked them as a wild card team. I mean, they just called up their number 1 prospect.
They did.
Right? They actually have played Rooker in left field, so that they have – that team is young.
Rooker's also struggling, so.
He's picked it up a little bit. He's on my fantasy team. He stunk the first couple of weeks. He's picking it up. But they moved him to the outfield, which means he qualifies for the outfield now.
So
but they moved him to the outfield because they called up. They're calling up. They were going to call him up, and they haven't yet. I think they're going to call him up tomorrow, Kurtz. But that team isn't out of it. They're 3 games out of the division right now in a very watered down division. So the White Sox, they're out of it. Other than them, you would imagine the Marlins are going to be, but they're kind of hanging around the middle of the pack right now. The Pirates are pretty bad right now, but they're only 5.5 games out. The Rockies are the other team. They're completely out of it. So there's really only 2 teams at this point that are looking at themselves in the mirror and saying, we're not even close to this thing. So you got to let this thing materialize on, I would imagine to that guy's text, Lewis Robert Jr. will probably be a name. I just can't trust him. He's hitting he can't even get his average to 200. Can he get over 200 before I start to say, hey, I have some interest there? I'm not giving up what they want for a guy hitting 145. 145.
No thanks.
Yeah.
I got enough of those guys already.
Yeah. All right, we'll take a timeout. When we come back, Daniel Jeremiah at the Eagles draft threw out some interesting possibilities. We'll have that for you coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. You'll hear what he had to say about Howie Roseman, why he thinks he'll move up in this draft, and he names a player that he thinks Howie Roseman could trade up to go get. That's next. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Daniel Jeremiah from the NFL Network. He is part of their draft night broadcast. He was recently on the Takeoff podcast with John Clark, answering some interesting Eagles questions, explaining on why he thinks Howie Roseman could move up, or not could, why he thinks he will move up in the 2025 draft.
I think he'd move up. I think there's so many people that want to get out in this draft that are trading back. That what has Howie done his entire career? He's zigged when everyone else is zagged, and he's going to be able to see if we have a premier player start to slip. Man, they're armed. They're armed and ready to go.
Armed and ready to go. That's why he thinks they could make the move, right? It's because of all the ammunition they have, all the draft picks next year coming up. They have 20 picks, right, over the next 2 seasons?
20 picks over the next 2 seasons, yeah.
Yeah. So you think Daniel Jeremiah thinks that Howie Roseman will move up. Who's the player he would move up to go get?
It's impossible to make a prediction of who's going to be there at 32, but I will make a prediction. Like if for some reason people overthink Jalen Walker like they overthought Nolan Smith, and he's not big enough, and the size, like if he starts to drift and drop, I'm like, oh my gosh, they could just go do the exact same thing all over again.
Interesting to hear an actual name that he thinks would be the one that he would go for.
And Jalen Walker is a guy that people are doing that hemming and hawing about. They're doing the whole, is he big enough? Is he productive enough? I heard part of the conversation Daniel Jeremiah has been having on different shows I've been listening to is the idea of production versus, what their physical traits are. And some of these guys, teams are wondering, well, are they productive enough?
So one thing that Daniel Jeremiah, who, by the way, worked in the Philadelphia Eagles organization, he knows Roseman pretty well.
Yep.
Why does he think Roseman has been so good in recent drafts?
One of the most underrated characteristics of a decision maker and of a general manager is being able to adjust and not being rigid and not being so fixated on one thing. Howie's been able to just let the draft happen. Let's see what happens, and then we're not going to have a preconceived idea and be married to a player or a thought. It's just we're going to wait. I think of like a ship where there's somebody out on the deck with the binoculars that's just scanning the horizon for opportunity, not icebergs. And it's just like, whoop, there's the opportunity. The league was dumb enough to let this guy fall. We're going to go ahead and scoop him up.
I like that part. The league was dumb enough to let that guy fall, and they're not afraid to act on their convictions. But one of the things I thought he said is, Roseman said last week, one of his weak points is patience.
Correct.
And he admits, I'm not very patient. But on the last couple of drafts, yes, he's made some moves to move up. Devontae Smith, Jalen Carter. In other instances, though, he's kind of out. He's waited some things out, and almost like a boa constrictor waiting for the mouse to run around the cage. Do they still do that? My buddy, when I was growing up, he used to have a boa, and we would watch as his parents would feed the snake, and you would just sit there and wait for the moment where he would go after the little mouse. Is that Roseman waiting for that moment that he can just say, I gotcha?
I think he is in many situations, because look at Quinyon Mitchell, look at Nolan Smith, as Daniel Jeremiah mentioned, look at Landon Dickerson and Cam Jurgens in the second round. He is a guy who watches the draft very, carefully and says what is coming, what isn't coming, and I'm going to handle business.
So what is coming? Where does he expect the Eagles to draft on Thursday night?
I'm going to go bigs. They've gotten some corners and receivers and done all that, but this feels like a fortify the bigs year for them.
Jeremiah and others have said that they think this is one of the deepest defensive line draft classes in recent years.
Yeah, and listen, it all kind of adds up to where the Eagles like defensive end, defensive tackle, offensive line, those three areas Thursday night. And we're going to be breaking it all down. Thursday is going to be a very busy day for the Sports Bash. We will be live at the Gallery Bar Book and Games. We invite everybody to stop out. And if you want your picture taken with the Lombardi Trophy, come out to the Gallery. all of our qualifiers who entered to win Eagles Club Box tickets. We'll see you guys out there. We have prizes all throughout the day, and that is this Thursday at Ocean Casino Resort inside the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games at Ocean in Atlantic City. And then on Friday, we are going to be back out on the road at Boardwalk Honda, where you can come out and have your picture taken with the Birds Championship Trophy. And, of course, that will be from 2 to 6 on Friday's show. Hopefully it's nice out, and we can be parked right outside right outside the showroom at Boardwalk Honda, and we'll have the Birds Championship Trophy with us there. So if you can't come out Thursday to Ocean Casino and you want to get your picture taken with the championship trophy, you have another opportunity on Friday at Boardwalk Honda. By the way, all qualifiers for Thursday's show, don't forget, you must be present to win those Eagles Club Box tickets or any of the other prizes at the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games. And don't forget, we will be giving prizes away every single hour, and the parking is free for all qualifiers of the Sports Bash that day. All right, 5 biggest questions in Philly sports right now. Next. All right, 5 o'clock hour, Sports Bash. I'm Mike Gill. 5 biggest questions in Philly sports right now. What do you guys think? Keep them coming. You've been texting a lot in throughout the day. 609-403-0973. Ryan Rothstein's back for Rye or Cy. We'll see if our questions match up at all. I've got 5 written down, plus a wild card question. Our listeners have been sending questions in all throughout the day. By the way, the Phillies have announced Ranger Suarez has had his rehab assignment transferred to Lehigh Valley. He will pitch tonight, so Ranger could be getting closer. They say they want to get him up to around 90 pitches. That's the number, 90 they're trying to get him to around. He pitched 75, I think, or in the 70 range his last time. He'll probably pitch tonight and maybe one more, and then you'll see Ranger back. Of course, Sanchez is pitching tonight. The Phillies lineup, same as it's been the last couple of days. We'll see if the Phillies enter the 5 biggest questions in Philly sports right now. Let's see what we got here.
All right, man. Yeah, let's do it. The Phillies better enter it. That's all I know. But compiled this list. Took me weeks and weeks. No, it didn't take me weeks because this is the list. Now, to clarify, I don't know how some of the listeners may have texted in some of their biggest cues in Philly sports. It's as of today. So it's as of right this second, just to clarify and just to make sure everyone's on the same page. So here we go. I'm starting at number 5, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Joel Embiid's future as a Philadelphia 76er comes in at number 5. Do you want me to just rattle off? Because I have all 5. We can go 5-1, then we can react.
Joel Embiid's future is what you're saying?
As 5, yeah. But I can run through all of them, I'm saying. Or do you want to stop at each one?
Well, I mean, I would – Embiid is on my list. I would say he's higher on my list.
Okay. Number 4 for me, Philadelphia Flyers head coach search / vacancy right now. You know, the Flyers probably wouldn't have made the list otherwise. Could have found a spot for him, but certainly right now, no head coach in a transition period, in a rebuild period. Feels like they've been in one for a long time. They certainly make the list at number 4, and you could maybe make it for an even higher case, but 4 is where they fall in for me.
They are on my list as well. Flyers, that situation is on my list.
Okay, number 3 for me is, and here's where it gets good. Personally for me, these 3, 2, and 1 that I have, they could probably be interchangeable, and we'll see what the listeners say, and of course what you say, Mike Gill. But number 3 for me is new Eagles offensive coordinator, another one. My goodness, death taxes and the Eagles getting a new OC, Kevin Petula. Can he keep this fine-tuned machine rolling entering this NFL season? That comes in at number 3.
That's a good one. It did not make my list. That's outside the box, though. That's definitely a good pull on the impact of another offensive coordinator and what that means to this team moving forward. I certainly give that one some consideration.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to think of an Eagles big Q right now, right? Like there's a lot of positives, there's a lot of optimism, but which is a good thing to have. But all right, number 2, and this could easily be number 1 because this is as of today. It's the Phillies bullpen.
Phillies bullpen is not quite on my list, but it's indirectly on my list. Mine's a little bit more general with the Phillies, but yeah, I mean, you could throw that in there. I mean, the Phillies could occupy 5 spots on this list,
Sure.
But the bullpen, I don't know. Obviously, it's a major concern with what we're seeing right now. They do not have more than really 2 guys that you can, 2.5 guys that you can trust. I mean, I don't even know where we are on Alvarado. Right, you're giving me the iffy sign. I mean, Kerkering, I like Kerkering a lot, but I don't know that he's ready to be the main.
He hasn't shown us anything.
He had the home run he gave up the other day. You remember the most recent thing that these guys do, but he's been pretty good for the most part. My thing with is, I don't think Kerkering is ready to be the best guy in your bullpen.
I'm not looking for I'm not looking for a best guy. I'm looking for a guy right now. I'm looking for some consistency from anybody right now.
Well, Kerkering,
I don't trust anyone.
To be fair for Kerkering, I mean, right now, his numbers are pretty outstanding. I mean, he's been very good. He gave up that home run the other day, and that kind of, changes everybody, because you remember the 3-run homer. I mean, that stands out. Yep,
Definitely. Yeah, it's going to stand out in a season that's still very early on, in a season where the bullpen's 5.83 ERA. It's leading the league or atop the league in all the key categories. It's been a dumpster fire.
No, listen, no one's going to argue with that.
Yeah.
But my point is, you've gone to Kerkering and Strom and Alvarado so many times. They've got to get some other guys. And, people, this is where I think the fans have a hard time with this. It's, hey, why'd you go to Ruiz last night? Well, I can't keep using the same guys every single night. You just can't. Have you watched
the seventh inning? That's when you go to Ruiz. Like, you can't. If you can't go to Ruiz in that spot, and that's the point, I think.
Well, you're losing the game.
Right.
You're losing the game. Now you're going to your other guys because you've used your other guys so much. Have you watched any? You got to watch the Clubhouse on Netflix, the whole Red Sox thing.
It's in my queue. I haven't started it yet. I'll bang it out in one night once I start. I know.
But it's like 8 episodes. I
know.
It's definitely more than a one-nighter. But there's so many good things in there about how all this stuff kind of happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
All this stuff kind of works. It's Cora is the manager and him sitting with Craig Breslow, who is the general manager. He used to be a pitcher in the majors with the Red Sox. And it's so many different things of them sitting before the game, talking things out, why they went to a guy in this situation, why they didn't go to a guy in that situation that they normally would go to. And Breslow's like, listen, we need a right-handed arm. He's like, not because our right-handed arms aren't good. It's because we're using them too much. We're burning these guys out. I think that's where the Phillies are. Is Kerkering's good. They just have to use him too much. And if you're using him too much, now he's not as effective.
Right. Yeah. It's all encompassing. I think it's a great point by you. And we'll get into more with the bullpen talks. I know me and you can do a whole hour on that in itself. But Phillies bullpen came in at number 2 for the 5 biggest questions in Philly sports right now for me. And number 1, maybe surprising to some, but I can easily argue for why it's number 1. It's the Philadelphia 76ers in the upcoming NBA draft / lottery. Are they going to be able to get lucky for once and win the Cooper Flag sweepstakes? If they do, that's a massive deal. That's a massive deal that's pending right now. That can impact them majorly.
Well, they did get lucky with Ben Simmons. You might not like that pick, but they did get lucky with the ping pong balls back then. Mm-hmm. Yes, if they got the number 1 pick, it would change the franchise potentially. It would re-energize the fan base again.
Here's my main concern, and it's going to sound absolutely Looney Tunes, but I fear the Spurs are going to get it because there's been so much insinuating of the league being fixed, and the league, they can pair Cooper Flag with Wemby. My goodness, that's a dream team right there.
Those kind of stuff, right? I don't like to be an Illuminati type of fan.
Neither do I. But when LeBron says it himself, you can't help but put some respect on it. That's all. But it's a stretch. I admit it's a stretch.
All right, so those are your 5. Just go through them real quick one more time.
Absolutely. 5, Embiid's future with the Sixers. 4, Flyers head coach vacancy. 3, Kevin Petula, another new offensive coordinator for the Birds. Number 2, Phillies bullpen lack of depth and struggles. Number 1, 76ers draft lottery.
Okay, I'm going to read to you a couple of the listeners that they brought in, and then I'll throw you mine, all right? This is from Matt and Cape May Courthouse. Biggest question right now is what's up with Aaron Nola. I wouldn't say that's one of the top 5 biggest questions, would you?
Okay. No, but obviously Aaron Nola just coming off a recent start where he was absolutely, terrible again. So front of mind. But
John from Ocean City, will Joel ever be what he was in his MVP year?
Yeah,
that's fair.
Yes.
Can the Flyers find a high-end goalie?
Yeah, that's a good one.
The question's been going on my whole life.
Me too.
Is Andrew Painter ready?
It's like that question's been going on my whole life.
Will the Phillies get a right-handed bat? That question's been going on for at least 3 seasons now. This is an interesting one. Will Saquon Barkley stay healthy all year after last year's workload?
Yeah, I've seen that get floated around. It is interesting, but I don't know. It's almost like we're trying to speak that into existence. I don't even want to entertain that.
Yeah, I don't know. That's one of the biggest questions. It's just something that that is a possibility.
Right. It's just like a thing. Yeah, it's a
It's a
possibility.
fair question to ponder, but I don't think it's one of the 5 biggest questions.
Exactly. I agree.
Will the Flyers use all first-round picks, or can they hit on those picks?
A good one, not top 5 biggest, but a good one.
Can Joel Embiid stay healthy? Fair.
Yes.
Is this the last chance for this core Phillies roster? Very fair.
Very, very fair. That is probably the question, but yeah, fair.
Will Embiid be healthy to start the season? Who will be the Flyers head coach?
Yeah.
Will the Eagles stay at 32? What will the Phillies do at the trade deadline? And what spots do the Sixers and Flyers land in the draft lottery? There's some more. All right.
All good ones, yeah.
Those are good ones.
Love it.
All right. So that's a bunch of the ones that have been coming in throughout the day. Will the Flyers ever get a reliable goalie? The Sixers going to run it back with George and Embiid? So, yeah, there you go. There's a bunch of them that have been coming in throughout the show. Kind of a lot of them are repetitive with the Embiid stuff. All right, so these are my 5 that I wrote down.
All right, let's hear it.
Number 5, what happens to the Sixers draft night?
Okay.
Now, we don't even know if they're going to be in the lottery. That pick is huge. But the Sixers lottery and then what they end up what is available to them on draft night. I started to do a little yesterday. I started to do some NBA draft work.
Yeah, I've been researching over the weekend, too. I'm excited, man.
I love drafts, love that kind of stuff. There's 2 guys that I like. They both should be there if the Sixers get into the top 5. Now, if they get higher than 5, I think these guys are probably not quite top 3 players. But I'm liking Colin Murray Boyles from South Carolina. He is a defensive, gritty, can score, kind of like a Draymond Green type of player.
Yeah.
I also like Derek Queen from Maryland, which I can't believe I'm saying because I don't like Maryland players generally. But he is a skilled center who can pass, score, yada, yada, yada. So what happens to the Sixers lottery, that whole situation? That's number 5.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah. On mine as well. Go ahead.
Number 4, can Howie Roseman really hit again? I mean, for years, he was the guy that couldn't draft. Now we're just expecting him to hit every single time. He's hit how many straight drafts now? Can he really hit again?
It's a good one. I wouldn't say it's top 5 right now, but I think it's a good one that we haven't brought up.
I think it's imperative, though, with all that you lost and where they are contractually with a lot of these guys, to get these guys to replenish the depth of this roster.
I think it's important, but not as vital, right? Because their team is still, they have holes. They need to replenish. I agree. It's a fact, but they're still really, really good, right?
We think.
We think.
We think.
Yeah. It's a good
Number
one.
3. I have the Flyers as the next head coach, and will that coach, when they name this coach, does that give us an insight on whether or not they will be players in free agency? Like, are they ready to finally go out and be a player in free agency, or is that going to take another year before they get to that level?
Okay, good one.
Because of all the draft choices they have.
Yeah.
But, we had Durso on Friday, and he said, look, they could bring in a college coach who is pretty well regarded. That would mean maybe they're more developmental. Or they could go and get a more veteran coach like a Rick Tocchet or a Mike Sullivan. Does that suggest that, hey, we want to get a coach in place and then we'll be players in free agency and get some players now?
To me, it wouldn't make sense to go about it that route of veteran coach, players in free agency. You just had Torts here. You just let go of Torts. To me, it seems like they need to find a nice young up-and-comer that can help them build, like the Sean McVays of the world via NHL. Like, they need a young guy in the NHL that's going to be there a long time and help this organization grow.
All right, that's number 3.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Number 2.
Will Dave Dombrowski finally make his big move to change the complexion of this roster? I mean, that's all encompassing. The bullpen, the right-handed bat.
Yeah.
But to me, the question is, it's not what. It's not like this position. It's Dombrowski's been here. He's never made that impactful move at the deadline that really just, hey, we're going for it. Like last year, they went out and got Estevez a closer. Okay, that was a big move, but I'm saying like the team's different. It's somebody's not here. Castellanos, Real Muto, somebody, Marsh. Now, by the way, there's news on Marsh that just came in. This is pretty funny. Marsh ran the bases. He says he feels he's back to 100%. He'll tomorrow he's going to rest and then go on a rehab assignment. It's funny that he's already 100%. He went on the injured list yesterday.
Hey, well, it's so weird. Like 2 or 3 days ago, he's like, go run around the bases. And he's like, yeah, I'm like 80, 90, but not 100. It's like, how do you tell the difference between 90 and 100? But okay, I don't know.
Yeah. So, he's going to go on a rehab assignment, it looks like. But that's my number 2 is, will Dave Dombrowski finally shake the roster up of this core that's been together?
And I will just add before we get to your number 1 that, to be fair to Dombrowski, and I don't need to be, but previous years he hasn't really needed to make that big, powerful splash, aggressive type of play, whereas it seems evident that the writing's on the wall. He's going to have to do something like that this year. So I think it's a good one.
Yeah, I think you're right about that too. These are my guys. I've signed these guys to big deals, and now I think, and I've said this all the way from the start, which is, I think he gives this team to the trade deadline and says, "Look, I've given you guys 3.5 years. If something doesn't change, I got to do something. I'm trying to let you guys win this together, but if you don't change, I have to do something here." And right now, it's trending more towards I opened the show today with the biggest problem with the Phillies for me is the return on investment. The ROI is not there. Trey Turner, you're not getting $300 million impact. Nick Castellanos, you're not getting $100 million impact. JT Real Muto makes $23 million a year. $23 million.
Yeah.
You're not getting $23 million ROI.
Nope, and he's a guy that always floats under the radar for whatever reason. We've brought his name up a few times in recent history. Yeah. But I'll add this. I'll pose this as a question. We can put it on ice for a minute if we want. But what does that move look like? Because for me, as number 2 on my list is Phillies bullpen. To me, it's the bullpen, right? I need them to make a big time move, and I need to go add an all-star level bullpen arm. That is the number 1 priority for me.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to not, after watching this bullpen and what's happening here, it's kind of hard to not say they need to add another bullpen guy.
I completely agree.
Now, you have Suarez and you have Painter. So my question with this is, what do they do with Painter? I don't think they're going to say to Andrew Painter, who hasn't pitched in 2 years, hey, come up and pitch out of the bullpen. I have a hard time seeing that happening.
You know what? Why, though? Why? Because if you feel like he can be an asset in the bullpen and he can help you win a World Series, like, wouldn't he sign up for that? Wouldn't you sign up for that? Right? Like,
it's easy for us to say that, but you know how these guys think. It's, hey, this guy's coming off Tommy John. He's our number 1 prospect. We're not going to ask him to do something that he's never done before. And then when you're pitching out of the bullpen, hey, I need you tonight for an inning. I need you tomorrow night for an inning. I need you the next night for, like, you're now saying to a guy who's coming off Tommy John surgery to pitch like every day.
Yeah, I just don't know. I feel like they're scared. They've been scared to bring him up, man.
Oh, they're really putting the kid gloves on this guy.
Come on, man. We need arms. Let's do it. Let's do it already.
Well, I mean, realistically, you don't need him right now.
No, not right this second. But let's get him up as soon as we feel comfortable to figure it out.
My question would be, when he comes up in July and he pitches, let's say, I talked about this on Saturday. Mm-hmm. You could be adding a pitcher at the deadline who has the impact of Paul Skeens. that level of impact, like a number one Cy Young level performer. That's what he's being billed as, a ace number one pitcher. Okay, now you call him up. Let's say he comes out, he's not quite Paul Skeens, but he's in that realm. Do you not pitch him in the playoffs as one of your top three starters?
Top three? Who is he bumping, man?
That's a good question. But let's say he goes out there. I don't know. What did Paul Skeens do?
He's going to have to do a lot, Mike. He's going to have to give us.
I'm just saying.
I know. No, it's
when
a good.
Paul Skeens came up last year, okay, he was the number one pitcher. That's where Painter is. He is like the number one, not the number one,
So
but top 5 pitching prospect in baseball. So let's say he has a similar impact. Last year, Skeens pitched in 23 games. He was 11-3 with a 186 ERA, a 0.94 whip. He had 170 strikeouts in 133 innings. The guy was unbelievable. So let's say
his first start was May 11th last year, though.
Okay, so
he got more time. But
so he doesn't pitch 23 games. He pitches 17 games.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's say he has that level of impact. Does that mean – so my question is this. Does he start games in the playoffs, and does that mean – like your question is valid. Then who gets bumped? I don't know. Would you go into a thing and say, Aaron Nola, you're going to the bullpen?
I would love to entertain that idea. I brought that up yesterday, but it's just a matter of we talked about Topper knowing his guys, right? Like, I don't know how Aaron Nola's mindset and mentality would be to handle that. If the answer is yes, and he's open to it, then he could be maybe our closer, right?
Well,
like
that's what they did a couple of years ago with Zach Eflin when they just said, look, we don't have any room for you in this rotation. Now, you also have Suarez because right now you could see a situation. Let's say they made the playoffs and my scenario plays out where Painter is pitching at a level where you're like, we have to use this guy. Mm-hmm. You got Wheeler, Luzardo, and Christopher Sanchez. I don't see a scenario where those three guys are not in the rotation, correct?
Wheeler, Luzardo, and Christopher Sanchez?
Yep.
Yeah.
So then what happens with Painter, Nola, and Suarez? Only one of those guys can pitch in the rotation.
I don't know, man. See, it's interesting. Like, obviously, let's see how Nola's year plays out. I agree with you that Nola's would be on the outside looking in, but would the organization do that? Right? Or is it more likely they put Sanchez on the outside?
Well, it sounds like this has become one of the 5 biggest questions in Philly sports right now is what impact Painter has and how that affects everything after it. Because if he comes up and has the impact that maybe you're hoping for, how does that impact Suarez and really the 5th guy?
Yeah, see, it's a lot has to happen. It has to be a perfect storm because Painter has to, step up into the big leagues and pitch really, really well. And on top of that, he's going to need some help in the sense of, okay, Aaron Nola is going to have to continue to be struggling, right? Like, and another guy's going to probably have to be a little bit shaky where that decision becomes easier for the Phillies. But I think you almost have to put Suarez in the bullpen because he can do it. He's comfortable doing it, and you trust him in those spots.
And that's where this Suarez, I think, is the obvious guy. Okay, you're going to the bullpen, so then that answers that question. Then it becomes Nola and Painter. What do we do there? Because one guy's the 4th guy, the other guy's the 5th guy.
Do we trust Painter as a starter for
I'm
this
giving
Phillies team?
I'm giving you the scenario of this plays out. He's 8-1 with a 2 ERA and he's dominating.
Yeah.
I don't see a scenario, though, where you're going to say to him, hey, by the way, you're going to the bullpen now. We need you to pitch 1 inning almost every day. I mean, coming off Tommy John surgery as the number 1 overall prospect in your organization.
I know. I don't know what that role would look like for him in the bullpen, right? Maybe it's not that, and maybe it's an even lesser role. Like it's going to be, we're saving you for if a starter gets shelled, you're going to come in the 2nd or 3rd inning and give us 3 to 5 innings, right? Like something like that. But I just don't know unless Aaron Nola completely goes off the rails. I don't know if you can do that to him.
I don't see. That's where the starter gets shelled, you're not bringing Andrew Painter into that game. You're bringing Taijuan Walker into that game.
Yeah, okay, yeah, true. But listen, they didn't have Walker on the roster.
No, well, I mean, yeah, he's not going to be on the playoff roster. But I'm saying that level of pitcher. You're not bringing in your number one prospect. My point is,
why though? Why in an NLCS game, right? Like I'm just saying, like your offense can score runs. I'm just saying, like if you're not going to want to throw Painter out there every day for an inning, which I get, like let's still try and figure out a way to have him.
to me, he either is in the rotation or
Yeah.
not. Like,
Yeah.
I don't see a scenario where he's a part of the bullpen like where Zach Eflin was a couple of years ago. That's all. All right,
It's probably
Sports Bash
matchup
Live.
based too.
We'll see. All right,
Yeah.
we'll continue into it. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. What do you guys think out there? Hit us up, 609-403-0973. Those were our 5 biggest questions in Philly sports right now. What did we miss? What should we add to the list? Is there anything else out there? Let us know, 609-403-0973. More Sports Bash coming up. All right, 532, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. We got Phils and Mets tonight, Game 2, Citi Field. You'll get Christopher Sanchez tonight going for the Phils. There's the lineup scrolling at the bottom of the video screen on the YouTube channel and on the X platform. We've been asking 5 biggest questions in Philly sports right now, 609-403-0973. Apparently, this is the Trey Turner walk-up song, which I guess hearing it now kind of rings a bell. Maybe. I don't know.
He doesn't ring any bells.
Nope. He's rung the bell once this year. 1 homer, I think.
0 bells. I will say this, though, as we have a lot of, Phillies and obviously our top 5 biggest questions conversation, but I have enjoyed Stott leading off. Very much so. I know we've been complaining and we're worried about the Phillies bullpen and Aaron Nola, and all of that's fair. But how have you assessed Stott leading off? Because I thought it's worked.
Yeah, so far, I mean, he's exceeded expectations. There's no question about it. I was not a fan of putting him in that spot for the immediate short term here. And I don't know if it's going to be a long term thing or what. I don't know that he's the right guy long term, but in the immediate short term, he's worked out well. He's done a good job. I can't really sit here and rip the move. It's been probably better than anticipated. Certainly better than what I anticipated. He is last night he hits the home run. He's given them a spark. He's totally held up his end of the bargain so far in that leadoff spot. Last night he was the only guy that really gave you anything. But yeah, I don't know if it's a long-term thing for me, but I can't sit here and say, man, the guy's been terrible in that spot. He's hitting almost 300 right now. So, yeah, it's worked out pretty well. Do you look at him as the long-term guy there? I mean, they don't really have another option. If you want to keep Schwarber behind Harper, you don't really have much of an option.
Right, exactly. Right. I mean, you and I we had so many conversations about how do you utilize Turner? How do you get more out of Turner? How do you have protection for Harper? And I know we haven't gotten as much out of Turner as we wanted, but Stott's been getting on base. You see the path. Turner's been, obviously getting on a little bit. Once Stott gets on, then you have Harper, you have Schwarber protecting him, right? Like we've seen how that can go, particularly in these first innings. So, yeah, I just don't know.
By the way, as the leadoff hitter, Stott is hitting .308 with a .349 on base percentage, a home run, 8 RBIs, 3 stolen bases, 2 doubles, a triple, an .836 OPS. I mean, he has been really good in that role.
He's been great. And once again, I've always loved his approach at the plate, and it just seems to work. It's a great fit at the top of the order. So, yeah, I just don't know what their other option would even be, is to your point.
Yeah, I mean, again, I can't really sit here and argue with it because they don't have another option. You're not going to hit, because you're not going to hit him in 2 and have lefty with Stott, Harper, Turner, because your other option would be Harper, Stott, Harper, Schwarber would be back-to-back lefties. So your only option is keep him in the leadoff spot, which is where he's hitting tonight with Turner in the number 2 hole. But, yeah, he's done well.
All right, so I want to get back to the bullpen because we have some audio of John Kruk post-game after just another Phillies bullpen collapse against the Mets. And, a lot of talk about Rob Thompson and, maybe he should have done something different. And we briefly brought that up earlier in the hour, Mike Gill. But just to revisit it and then revisit the Phillies bullpen conversation, I wanted to cue up what John Kruk had to say about this very topic, and then we can sort of react to it because this is just the frustrations of what the Phillies bullpen has not been able to provide for us. So take a listen to Krucky post-game.
I don't know as a manager, it was a 2-run game in the 7th when he had to bring Ruiz in the game to spell Aaron. What does Rob Thompson do? Does he bring in a late inning, the 9th inning guy, Alvarado or Strom, who's been pitching well? Do you bring in one of those 2 guys in the 7th inning? And then, what do you have for 8 and 9? Because, look, they're struggling down there in the bullpen until they get it right. The offense, they have to throw some points on the board because I really don't know the answer to the bullpen right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's simple, but it resonates because You want to question Thompson after the fact all you want, listeners out there, Phillies fans out there. I get it. I get you're frustrated, but he doesn't have many options.
No, and you have to make decisions based on a lot of different things. Again, I go back to watch the show, The Clubhouse, the Red Sox. They follow the Red Sox around for the whole year last year.
Yeah.
And there's days where you're like, this guy's just not available today. Like, they don't come out and announce that, hey, so-and-so can't pitch today, but he's not available today. I think there's other parts of that show that really go deeper into, I talked about this yesterday, but, with Josh, which was Brian Bayo, was their number one pitcher. They gave him a 5-year contract extension, and he was terrible last year. Not terrible, but he didn't live up to the contract.
Right.
And they're like, have you talked to him? What's the problem here? Why isn't he the same? His fastball's good. His stuff looks good. He just seemed off. Well, they sat and talked to him, and he's like, they won't give my wife and my kid their visa. I haven't seen them since February. Right. He's like, it's July, and I haven't seen my wife or my kid one time. The fans don't care about that. Right. But, like, this guy's going out there pitching, and he's got no family. He's just
how
basically,
can he be focused? Right.
He's not focused. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. And we don't care about that. Fans don't care about that stuff. They don't want to hear that stuff. You're getting paid $55 million, dude. Get guys out. But, like, he's a human being. He's like, dude, my kid is 2 years old. I haven't seen her. My wife I haven't seen. So, yeah, it's on my mind. And, like, that kind of stuff. And, before the game where they're saying, I told you before, where the GM is like, we need a right-handed arm in the bullpen. Not because our right-handed arm stinks. It's because we have to use him too much. I can't use this guy every night of the week. So instead of last night, like Kruk said, he's like, what is he supposed to do? You can't use Kerkering every single game. So in the 7th inning, he's like, I got to use Ruiz tonight. And I think that's one of those things where fans are saying, Ruiz stinks. You can't use him. Well, who else am I supposed to go to?
Exactly.
These are the only guys that are available to me.
Yeah, exactly. It's you only have so many guys to go to, and you only have so many guys to go to in certain situations. On top of that, so you have to put trust into your players. Like you have to, and I think Rob Thompson has always done a good job of that. Whether he goes back to guys. He doesn't seem to, go off of them, and then they completely lose their confidence. But
one thing is, I think that the fans have a hard time with, okay? The fans want to win every game every night. So you are making moves in your head that you would do to win the game that night.
Like it's Game 7 of the World Series.
Exactly.
And Thompson's doing it to set things up and to learn things. And,
over 162 games, you're saying, why are you using Ruiz here? You can win this game with a better pitcher. And he's saying, look, it's 162. I have to find out if Ruiz can handle pitching in this moment.
Right.
Like, I got to hand it to him today. Here's the ball in the 7th inning.
Yeah.
Can you get us out of this? And if he can, then you give him another chance. And if he can do it again, you give him another chance until he says, I can't do this. So if he does it and he implodes, I give you another chance. And if he implodes again, you're saying, that's not the guy. That's how Hoffman eventually worked his way up the ladder. Was they just kind of kept giving him little spots that you wouldn't normally throw him in. But a fan watching the game, you're trying to win the game on Tuesday night like it's Game 7, and they're saying, listen, it's 162 games. We got to find out a little bit about some of these guys.
Yeah, no, it's an excellent point, and it's fair. And it's also, like Jordan Romano, did you see they're trying to investigate as to why he's struggling so much with his, 16 ERA, whatever it is. And it's like, there's reports that maybe he's tipping pitches. It's like, dude, the guy throws 2 pitches. Like, can he just suck right now? Right? Like they're trying to investigate, launch this huge investigation and trying to figure out, well, he's tipping pitches. Maybe he's this, maybe he's that, maybe he's hurt. And it's like, dude, well, maybe he just stinks.
Well, and that's another part of the show, really, that I think is intriguing is that at the trade deadline, these guys are hearing their names, and then their wife, they go home, and the wife is saying, well, should I start packing my stuff?
Yeah.
Do I need to start looking for a school for our kid? And you're a young player or you're a guy who's like established in a town, and now your wife is asking you every night you come home, should I start packing? Do I need to start packing? Should I start looking for schools for our kid? And it's like every night you're coming home to this conversation and you're like, I don't want to answer these questions. I don't know the answer to the question. I don't know if I'm getting traded or not. But those questions are still coming, whether you like them or not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's like how old these kids are, right? Because like when they get older, then they get comfortable in their schools, and guys don't want to leave that town, right? And then there's just so many factors that go into play.
And that's another thing. Romano, he spent his whole career in Toronto. Okay, now he's in Philadelphia. We talk about this a lot, like Castellanos when he first came here, Trey Turner when he first came here. They're struggling. Well, I don't know my way around town. I don't know where my apartment is yet. I don't know all that. And
he could be in an Airbnb. He could be, there could be a lot of things on his plate.
The guy Tristan Cautious, he's in the. I think it's him that he's like, listen, he lives in a hotel. He rents out a hotel room and lives there, and he's like, dude, I'm not old enough to buy a place yet because they could trade me at any time. I don't want to get my roots in this town. So he's like, dude, I'm living out of a hotel every night. The one big part of this show that was riveting was, now Jaron Durant, who was the MVP of the All-Star game last year. I mean, this guy's the MVP of the All-Star game. But the guy is on the show telling people that he tried to commit suicide because the fans were so tough on him and he couldn't handle it. And he basically failed at committing suicide. Like he tried and did it wrong. And at that point, he's like, because these fans just wouldn't let up on me. And here he's the best player on the team. He wins the MVP of the All-Star game. But he's like, listen, I get called up to the majors. I'm probably not ready. I never thought that I was a major league player to begin with. Here I am now. I'm called up. And now I'm succeeding, and the fans want more, and now I'm struggling, and they're saying, what happened to this guy? And he's like, I can't live up to it. He's like, I live in a one-bedroom apartment by myself. I don't have a wife. I don't have a girlfriend. I have no kids. My family's not here. And I go home every night listening to these fans tell me how much I suck. He's like, so,
right.
It's crazy, like, these type of stories that this show really pulls out. I mean, they're like, have you told your parents that you tried this? He's like, no, I haven't had that conversation. But this is a kid whose dad was really tough on him and, never thought that he was good enough, all that kind of stuff. But, like, the human element of what goes into 162 games. Like, the one guy asked the other player, do you think 162 is too long? And the guy's like, absolutely. Like, they're going back and forth about why 162 is too long. The other guy's like, no, it's just right. Like over 162, it all works out. The numbers work out. The best teams win. The teams that should be there. Like, so the one guy's saying, yeah, I don't like the 162, but it works. The other guy's saying, no, it's too many days. I mean, so it is a really cool look inside of because someone's like, yeah, the Red Sox were just why would you have picked them? They were in last place the year before. But
Bill Simmons did it, and he's such a huge Boston guy, and I'm a huge fan of Bill Simmons. So it has been on my radar, but that's why he's unbelievable at those documentaries. He's essentially one of the creators of 30 for 30s on ESPN. He's like the GOAT of sports documentaries. So I don't doubt that this Red Sox thing is everything it's billed as and more.
Definitely if you're a baseball fan and you complain about the manager, the decisions, all these things, definitely check it out.
Because the human element, that's the takeaway I'm getting, is just as fans and even media members, you forget sometimes that these are just real people.
Yep. But that John Kruk bite goes into that of who's he supposed to go to? Like when you're the manager and you make these decisions and you're saying, dude, Tomper stinks, he's going to Ruiz. And it's like, you don't know what conversation they had before the game. Like, hey, so-and-so's not available today, or only use so-and-so in a save situation. He's not available before the 7th inning tonight.
Yeah, right. And maybe Ruiz is needing a confidence builder. He felt like that was a good opportunity. Like you just don't know the conversations they're having, who's struggling, who's not struggling, who needs a boost, who doesn't need a boost, who needs a day off, right? Like there's just a million things that we're not privy to day to day.
Good stuff. Check that show out. It's called The Clubhouse on Netflix, everybody. Ryer's Side, another good addition here. We'll do it again tomorrow here on the Sports Pass. Thanks, man.
Later, man. Thanks.
All right. Sports Pass Live 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, watch the show on your home TV, phone, tablet, or device. YouTube.com/Mike Gill Show. We'll close out the show with the Bet365 play of the day next. All right, time for the Bet365 play of the day. Let's see how we did. My last pick was on Friday's show.
Yeah, Mike, you went 2-0 on Friday. The Grizzlies crushed the Mavs. The Heat beat the Hawks. You are now 151, 101.
That's 51 games over 500 for those of you banking in on these picks there. You can send me a tip at the end of the year.
Does that count as a tax write-off?
I would hope so. I got Minnesota and the Lakers over tonight. That is 209.5. Minnesota and the Lakers over tonight. I've got Memphis, Oklahoma City over 229.5 tonight. And I like OKC in the game by 14.5. I think OKC wins big again tonight. They won by like 50 the other night. So I like Oklahoma City, 14.5. The over. Excuse me, the under. My bad. I'm reading the wrong one. I'm reading my Lakers stuff. Lakers over in that game, 209.5. I got the under Oklahoma City, Memphis, and I like Oklahoma City to win that game by 14.5. So they are my Bet365 plays of the day. Got those?
Got it, Mike.
By the way, I always like to see Sanchez, the strikeout numbers for Sanchez tonight. He had 12 strikeouts last game, taking on the Mets tonight. If you take a look at his pitching props for strikeouts tonight, Christopher Sanchez, over under 5.5. Griffin Canning, over under 4.5. I like Canning to go over that number, 4.5 for the Phils, against the Phils, who struck out 10 times last night. That's not part of my Bet365. Just saying, if anybody wants to, make a couple extra bucks. By the way, my wild card 5 questions I forgot to get into. Will college hoops ever be back in Philadelphia?
That's a good question.
I mean, it used to be Big Five, St. Joe. That program's been off the map. Drexel, LaSalle. Can we
Temple.
get them back? Temple is a complete nothing burger. And Villanova, they hired Kevin Willard to be the new head coach there. Can Villanova? I mean, the Big Five is big nada. That's like a wild card outside the boxer.
I like it, though.
All right, you got game night coming up next. You got anything hopping?
Yeah, we got Andy McNamara. He'll join me coming up at 6:25. Talk some NFL draft.
Looking forward to the draft day. Need that to get here. By the way, draft day, we're going to be live at Ocean Casino Resort. Johnny Mack will be on the show Thursday. Rick Saratello's on Thursday and Friday. Sal Palantonio's on Thursday and Friday. And you guys out there, stop out and see us live Thursday at Ocean Casino Resort at the Gallery Bar Booking Games. Have a great night, everybody.